Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. We're going to be playing some more Wizardry 1 today. I have one pretty specific goal. I was going through my character inventories for... This is basically our main party at this point. Mavtato, Pizza, Silvara, Abaddon, Maid, and Vivi. Unless someone dies, we don't really need to train any replacements at this point. But what I noticed is that most of my characters have pretty decent armor setup. But if you look at this, we have a longsword, a longsword, a longsword, anointed flail, short sword, and a staff. None of our characters really have like rare or powerful weapons right now. So I'm going to be hoping that we can get some weapon drops today. Something like a longsword +1 would be really nice. Short sword +1 would be great. We have our multi-class characters set up. Hey Chris, and hello Big Boss. Welcome to the stream. I'm just going to honestly just get right into the game. So let's go right into the maze and try to refamiliarize myself with what's going on in here, because it has been a little while since the last time we played Wizardry, so I'm pretty sure I remember the way to the next floor, but I also think I remember that we had already unlocked the elevator, so we should mostly be using the elevator for fast travel at this point. Having said that, this is kind of a game where we benefit from exploring and grinding a little bit anyway, so there's not really any rush. So first of all, I'm going to look through our spell list, and I'm going to see our out-of-combat spells that we would like to cast. So I think they're mostly going to be in our priest spell list, which would be under Silvara. So we can cast... Maporthic is going to increase our party's, or decrease our party's armor class for the entire duration of the quest that we're currently on, which is good. It's going to make it harder for enemies to hit us. In this game, a lower armor class is better. So if you see down here, you can see Silvara has 0. I'm going to cast Maporthic. Now she has -2. That actually buffs the entire party. That puts our entire front line down to -2. That's going to make them very hard to hit. Even our backline characters have decent armor now. The next one I want to look at is, I think, Lamilwa gives light for a long period of time. In the older games, it used to give infinite light, or at least it lasted long enough that we didn't even need to bother counting how long it lasted. Based on my testing right now, it feels like it actually doesn't last as long as what I'm used to, so I'm not going to cast Lamilwa yet. I'm just going to leave that one for the time being. We can explore in the dark for a little bit. The darkness isn't really that bad. Anyway, this should be the way to floor 2. Hey Chris. So how's everybody been doing? How'd your weekend go? We're going to descend down to floor 2. Then I will open the map just so you guys can see it, although I'm pretty sure I remember which way to go. So this is floor 3. We are standing... Where the heck are we? We're right here. So we just want to go up here, through this door. We're going to go around the spiral area, and that's going to take us to the other staircase, which is going to lead us down to floor 3. I would say floor 3 is the one that I don't really have memorized yet. So we're going to have to kind of... Especially with regards to the pitfalls. Remember, floor 3 is full of pitfalls, and unfortunately, as far as I could tell, there's no way to mark things on your map in this game. So we can't really keep track of where all the pits are unless we just remember. And I'm definitely not going to remember a bunch of pits that I found a month ago. Kill those creeping cruds. I actually got decent experience from that. Actually, we should check and see how close our characters are to leveling up. Let's see. Mavtato is about 4,000 away, maybe 3,000. Pizza's a while away. Silvara is actually only like 2,000 away. Abaddon's pretty close. Maid is pretty far off. And Vivi's like 4,000 away. So probably Abaddon and Silvara are going to level up soon. Let's see if we can go get some encounters on floor 3 before that. And then maybe we'll try to remember where the elevator is and how to get to it. Ooh, bubbly slimes. I don't actually know which group is more dangerous, but I think we can turn on this to see the enemies. So, yeah. Creeping Crud is, I think, level 3 based on that information. And the bubbly slime is only level 1. Yeah, so we should kill the creeping cruds first, because they're the ones that are more dangerous to us. We're going to be conserving our spell casts for now and just using our melee characters. We're going to need our spells when we get to the next floor. to deal with some dangerous enemies down there. Although the creeping cruds, if I remember correctly, they can like paralyze our characters and do things like that. It's probably going to take us another round to finish out this combat. In this game, your attacks do not get automatically redirected. So if I have all of my characters attack the back row, and there's only one enemy there and I kill them, which is what you just saw happen, my characters will not automatically begin attacking the front row. They just end up wasting their actions. But I'm completely fine with that if it means I can guarantee that we get rid of the last creeping crud, because I don't want him to paralyze or poison one of my characters. Alright, so here's the point where we don't exactly know where we're going or what we're doing. So we know that we're right here, and we know that there's secret doors that lead through to, like, for example, over here is the elevator. There's a lot of space up here that we have not explored yet, which could potentially lead to pitfalls, which could get characters killed. I don't want to risk walking into any pits, because if we do, Vivi is especially at risk of dying. She only has 17 HP, and I think if the pitfall formula in this game works the way that I think it does, Vivi could potentially take 18 damage at most, but it also could, it actually might even work differently than what I think, in which case she could actually potentially take even more damage than what I'm imagining. So what we're going to try to do is avoid stepping on any of these intersections where there could potentially be pitfalls, because the pitfalls on this floor are usually in the intersections, and I don't remember where they all are. I know there's a bunch of them over here. If I remember correctly, there's like a bunch over here. I think this path is safe, but I'm not willing to bet my life on that. I'm not willing to bet Vivi's life on that. So what we're going to try to do is try to find secret doors that will let us go into these rooms and move across the map without triggering any pitfalls. So I think what I'd like to do is try to find a secret door like around here if I can. Okay, there's not one here, but I think both of these, I know this has no pitfall. I think this has no pitfall as well. Yeah. So like the two immediately adjacent crossways do not have pitfalls. So that's good to know. We can kind of plan around that. Fortunately, we just got ambushed by some enemies while we were walking around looking at our map. So we're going to deal with those enemies. I'm going to make a nice pull while we wait for this combat to play out. I'm going to see which of these enemies are more dangerous too. If I remember correctly, the coyotes, yeah, they don't have any special traits, so they're just like damage dealing enemies that our fighters can take care of. The Vorpal bunnies, we don't really know that much about them yet, so I'm going to wipe them out quickly. So we're going to have our fighters attack the front row. We're going to have Abaddon cast, I think... Now, if I remember correctly, I think the Vorpal bunnies have the ability to instant kill a character, because I think that either one of the bunnies or an enemy ninja killed, like, it did an instant kill on one of our characters. Yeah, let me minimize this window. You can see them, they're actually hiding behind the coyotes right now, but those rabbits are actually extremely dangerous. In my opinion, I think they're more dangerous than the coyotes are. Even though you would think the coyotes would be more dangerous. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to cast Dalto on those bunnies. And I think we have a spell for identifying enemies, but I can't remember who has it. Maybe Silvara is actually the one who has it. Alright, if that's the case, I'm going to have Vivi defend for this turn. Or actually, she'll just try to identify. Alright, let's see what happens. We're chipping our way through the coyotes. That's pretty expected. You have to be careful when those bunnies attack. Like I said, I think there's a chance they can inflict instant death. I'm not sure, but I think they can. It's going to take us a little while to find that out. The good thing is we can wipe them out with that Blizzard spell. It looks like we killed all of them except for one. I'm going to have all of my fighters attack him so we can make sure that we finish him off. While I do that, I guess I'll just try to get another inspection and maybe learn something more about this enemy. You got a party wipe in one of the later games from those bunnies. Oh, that reminds me, the 5 Ordeals, Wizardry, the 5 Ordeals, is actually on sale right now. I'm thinking of getting it. I haven't decided yet, but I really want it. It looks really good. It looks like my perfect Wizardry game. Like for what I look for in a Wizardry game, it looks pretty perfect for me. It basically has the mechanics of Wizardry 1 to 5, but it has like a bunch of scenarios that you can explore. You can like create a party and go into like different dungeons and explore different dungeons with the same party, which is really cool. I always love that feature. But it also has like the classic Wizardry mechanics, which I prefer over the newer ones. Warlock says, hey Warlock, by the way, thank you for coming today. Warlock says the bunnies control the coyotes through fear. Probably that's exactly what's happening. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, I think one of our characters, I think Maid, can actually cast Doom Epic. Yeah, she can. So we did a multi-class where we got arcane spells onto our thief, so that Maid isn't just here to inspect chests and disable traps. She can also cast utility spells and even combat spells. So we're going to cast Doom Epic now. This is going to show us where we are. So we're right here. We know that if we go straight, it will take us to the elevator. What I'd like to do is try to cut through here or here. I think what I should do is cut through here and then try to come out this side. So what we need to do is go through a secret door on the left side of where we are right now. And it looks like I see one right here, so we're going to go through. Before I go through, actually, I'm going to cast Lomilwa now. And also keep in mind Abaddon is ready to level up. So we can probably go back soon. We have spells here. Yeah, she has Latum Epic, okay. Does Abaddon have Latum Epic? That's what I want to check. He does not. Okay, so that's what we were trying to do. We're trying to get Latum Epic on Abaddon so that he can cast it in combat. Because Silvara typically needs to be attacking. What we can do is cast Lomilwa for added light. This will make it easier for us to spot secret doors. We'll be able to see further. And I think it makes it less likely for enemies to ambush us. I think so. Either way, we can go through here. Here. And then there should be a secret door over here. No, there's not. Anything over here? No. Interesting. I thought there would be a secret door in here somewhere. So there's actually not a secret door through this passageway. Huh. So if we go through here, there's actually no way out. This is actually a dead end. It doesn't work like the typical secret doors, like how they work. Alright, so we're gonna go back through the door that we just came through then, I guess. Can we get out this way? No. Okay. So we're gonna head back. Interesting. We're gonna go back here. I'm gonna be careful because I have to figure out which way I'm facing. So let me cast Doom Epic again. Made. So right now we're facing east. I would like to go through here if I can, either here or here. I don't remember exactly where the door is. I don't see one, so it's probably over here. It's not here. Maybe it's on this end? Yeah, it's on this end, okay. I noticed that we hadn't mapped out this room yet, so I'm going to map this room out really quick. Ooh, 3 ogres. Let's see what they have. It looks like we have not encountered them enough times yet. Yeah, we still don't have a lot of information on them. We do know they give a lot of experience, 960. And they have 4 hit dice. You see this right here? When it says HP range, 4d8, that means basically that they're level 4 enemies. And that this number right here, this 4, determines a lot of things about the enemy, like how difficult it is to cast spells on them, how easy it is for the enemies to hit you, like how likely it is for them to hit your characters is based on their level, like level 4 versus level 8. So Mavtato has like a +4 level advantage over them. They only get 1 attack per turn, so they're not that scary. I will use Silvara's Latum Epic here to identify these enemies. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to have Abaddon cast a defensive spell on the party. So we should be able to cast Matu. This gives another additional -2 armor class. It only lasts for this combat, but it stacks on top of the magic shield that we already have. So it's going to make it even harder for these ogres to hit us. And I'll just have Maid actually cast Katino, because I think we could potentially put these ogres to sleep, which would make them easier to fight. Let's see if it works. We actually put one of them to sleep, and we hit them pretty hard as a result. Alright, we got a Latum Epic, so we should have, yeah, we have more information on them now. We know they have some kind of extra action. I think that's run away, which we just saw one of them run away, so I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So this blue icon right here, it means that the enemies can sometimes run away. So as far as these ogres go, they're definitely not very dangerous enemies. I feel like they are basically just walking bricks. They have a lot of HP, they can probably hit kind of hard, but other than that, they don't have any special abilities. They're not that dangerous to our... When we have a strong front line, they're mostly going to be incapable of hitting our fighters. So we can just kill them. Or just wait for them to run away. Alright, so anyway, I'm going to map out this room while we're here, because I noticed on the map that this room was not fully mapped yet. And then there should be a secret door over there, which I can already see. We can see it because we have the torch lit. Hey, Snow Warning. Welcome to the stream. 80s games had a surprisingly large number of references to the Rabbit of Kerbanog. I think that's from Monty Python, but I haven't watched it in a long time, so I don't even remember how to pronounce that correctly. You're talking about Monty Python, though, right? There's also a killer rabbit boss in Dragon's Crown, which is a game that I really love. It's a newer game, but it's very it is a newer game, but it's very how do I want to say it? It's very influenced and inspired by older arcade Dungeons and Dragons games, Dungeons and Dragons arcade games. That's how I should say it. Now I think the space to our right does not have a pit, because I'm pretty sure I've walked this way before in order to get back to the main passage safely. So what I want to do now is actually check this room and see if we can encounter a section of the dungeon that we have not been to before. I'm going to be a little bit careful because I'm going to run out of Doom Epic casts if I overextend too much. But we have a lot of Doom Epic casts between VV and Maid. And I think Mavtato can also cast Doom Epic. Yeah. Mavtato can cast it too. So we have tons of Doom Epic casts to help us explore. Okay, so here's the scary thing. We don't know if there's a pitfall here. Oh, crap. Hold on a second. I can just bring up our last map, because I already know where I am. Okay, so we're standing right here. We don't know if there's a pit here or not, and I'm scared that if I step there, Vivi could possibly die. I'm actually going to bring up the Data-Driven Gamers Guide. Hold on a second. Snow Warning. That rabbit that kills some of Arthur's knights before they defeat it with the Holy Hand Grenade. Yeah, I've seen it. It was a long time ago, though. Alright, I'm going to look up the Wizardry 1 game data. I'll also link it in the chat. I always link this at least once per stream, especially whenever I'm looking at it, just so you guys can see it too if you want to. It's interesting. It's crazy how much of this information was not known until just like 6 years ago. Considering that this game is like almost as old as Donkey Kong, the fact that we didn't know most of this information until like 6 years ago is pretty crazy. Anyway, I'm going to look up information on traps. I gotta move my second monitor over so I can see better. Traps, traps, traps. Anti-mage traps, that's not what I'm looking at. Traps. Unfortunately, there's a lot of information on traps, so just hitting Control F for a trap is not going to help me find what I'm looking for very quickly. I actually don't see information on how much damage the traps deal. I think it's in the Wizardry 3 guide, weirdly enough. And I don't feel motivated to go look that up, so I'm just going to... Well, I'll Google it really quick. How much damage do pit traps deal in Wizardry 1? And see if there's a quick answer, but if there's not, I'll just use my instincts and avoid the traps. Yeah, Copilot is 1,000,000% wrong. It says traps only deal 8 damage at most. That's so wrong. Alright. What I'm going to do is just use my instincts, which tell me not to step on any traps when I have a character with only 17 HP, because I'm pretty sure the traps can deal at least 18 damage, if I'm not mistaken. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to go back through the door that we just came through. And we're going to head back to... so we should go forward here. And then I'm actually going to cast Doom Epic just to be safe. because I want to make sure I'm where I think I am. Yes, okay. So from here, the path to the staircase is completely safe. It's actually really interesting that this area over here, which leads to the elevator, is a complete dead end. You would think that it would, you would think that there would be some way in and out of here, but once you go in, the only way out is to use the elevator. Anyway, we're gonna head back over to the staircase, and I guess I will, I'll try to trigger another encounter before we leave so we can get some more experience. Which you can sometimes do just by opening doors, yeah, like that. Ooh, creeping coins. These are really good. Creeping coins give a lot of experience and gold. Unfortunately, there are samurai in this group, which are pretty dangerous. We also don't have very much information on them. So, I'm going to just start out by attacking them, I think. I'm also going to have Silvara cast... Does she have, Montino? Yeah, this is going to stop the samurai from being able to cast spells. I'm actually going to have Abaddon cast the same spell because I really want to stop them from casting any spells on us. And while we do that, we're going to cast our strongest spells, Dalto, and looks like Mahalito. On the samurai, so we can wipe them out before they can cast any spells on us. This should work. The Montino's not working, but that's fine. They are casting spells on us. Alright, so this should hopefully wipe most or all of them out. Okay, we injured them pretty badly. Yeah, the creeping coins are hitting us. They don't really hit that hard, though. Alright. With the samurai taken care of, the creeping coins are not that dangerous. All we have to do is spam attacks on them, and we will get a lot of... hold on. We can potentially get... Yeah. Okay, we've already fully identified them, so we don't need to waste an action identifying them. We can get a lot of experience in gold, depending on how many of these things we can kill before I think maybe they run away. Or honestly, even if they don't run away, they're not that dangerous. They just kind of deal like 1 chip damage to your party. And they have a breath weapon, which doesn't ever seem to really do anything. It usually like always misses. I actually don't even know what their breath weapon does. I don't think I've ever been hit by it. It's probably like a joke or something. These are sort of like metal slimes in Dragon Quest. They appear very rarely, but they don't really do anything. They're not that dangerous. They're just a way that you get a little bit of extra experience in gold, if and when you get lucky. I think they do have magic resistance. Let me see if I can defeat them with a spell. I think they resist magic. No, actually, I took it out. They actually only have 2 HP as well. Let's see how much golden experience we get at the end of this, because actually we can see, yeah, they give 920 experience, which is really good for enemies that only have 1 to 2 HP. The only thing is it just takes a while to chip down their health bars. But this is going to be good because when we go back, Silvara is going to level up. And possibly some of our other characters will be ready to level up as well. That could make me feel a little bit more confident. I think I can... Oops, I think I can cast Badios here on this one, just to finish him off safely. Alright, we're almost done. I probably could have used this opportunity to look up how the traps work, how the pitfall traps work. If anybody knows, in fact, I forgot that I was going to make a poll too, but hold on, this is actually better. Yeah, let me make the poll. So the options are going to be between leveling up the main party, finding +1 weapons, or just exploring deeper in the dungeon. If you guys want to specifically go out of your way to search for weapons, which is kind of what I want to do, if we're going to do that, we might stop for a second and look up some information. Anyway, if anybody knows, or if anybody is able to look up this information on how much damage the pit traps deal in Wizardry 1, it would be extremely useful to know. Snow Warning says all of those coins are getting killed. Yeah, but did you see how much experience they gave? We got almost 20,000 experience from killing those coins. And multiple party members leveled up as a result. Okay, I've got to be careful here now because I think the staircase is right over here, which I'm correct about that. Let's head back and level up. We have 5 party members ready to level up. Chris, you like gearing up and exploring both? Yeah. Well, the cool thing is, typically you have to explore in order to get better gear anyway. So even if we make it our goal to find +1 weapons, it's probably going to happen as a result of needing to explore deeper in the dungeon anyway. But we can find out exactly like we can maybe find out like what would be the best place to look to try and find those weapons that I want. I would really like to get at least a +1 longsword today. Plus that would give backseat Greg something to do. Yeah, you can see we only got 2,500 experience from that fight, but we got almost 20,000 from the creeping coins. So even though it took a while to chip down their health bars, being able to fight enemies that aren't really dangerous and give you 10 times as much experience is pretty good. It's pretty lucky when you run into those creeping coins. If there's one thing I would change about this remake, I would definitely make the UI more text-based. You can't really see a lot of the game text very well, just because of the way the screen looks. A lot of the UI elements are pretty small. They put a bigger focus on the visuals, like this view of the dungeon is really nice. You know, the graphics for the dungeon look really nice, and they made it like a really big, wide view, but there's just not a lot of text on the screen, especially in combat. I would prefer to see the combat, the combat log, the text that tells me like what's happening in combat. I think that would be pretty useful to put an emphasis on that. Anyway, we're gonna use Dial to start curing up our party members. So we'll use one on Abaddon. We need to use one on Silvara, and we need to use one on Pizza. And because of this, we only need to rest with characters who are going to level up or who need to refresh their spell points, which doesn't really make a big deal, honestly. But in the original Wizardry, it kind of mattered more. You had to optimize how much time you spend resting at the inn, and you could do that by casting heal spells on your party members. It looks like they changed it in the remake, so when you rest at the inn, it always just takes 1 week anyway. And it's always, I think, free or very cheap. So anyway, we're going to level up Maptato. We're going to hope for something good here. I think we're going to get some spells on this level. I think we get at least 1 spell guaranteed on this level. Yeah, we got Sopic. And we got a few extra spell points. 13 hit points, that's a really good HP roll. Intellect, Piety, and Agility all went up. I'm not going to complain about any of those things. I'm very happy about that. Pizza doesn't really need to rest. In fact, I'm pretty sure they don't have any spells. Yeah, so Pizza's actually fine. Pizza can just go back into the dungeon without resting, which is pretty cool. They're getting very close. I think level 10 is when they get their triple attack, because right now our fighters have a double attack, which they unlock at level 5. Mavtato and Pizza are pretty close to getting their triple attack at level 10. When they get that, it's really going to increase our offensive power. Silvara's going to level up. She's not guaranteed to get any spells this level. If she does, it will just be expanding her existing spell list. Yeah. Unfortunately, Vitality went down. That's not great. Agility and Luck going up is good. 1 HP, didn't get any spells. So that was kind of a pointless level up on Silvara. The only thing she got is like 5% better at things like melee attacking and resisting enemy spells and resisting traps. Abaddon is guaranteed to learn at least 1 spell this chapter. We're also looking for, what is the spell? We're looking for Latu Mapic. We really want Abaddon to get Latu Mapic. So let's see what we get. Ooh, nice. Sick level up. Plus 6 HP, Strength, Intelligence, Vitality, Agility, a ton of spell points. That means he probably got a really good spell learning roll. So we got Bamatu, Dial, Badial, and Maporfic. Unfortunately, we did not get Latu Mapic yet. We will get it eventually. You're pretty much guaranteed to eventually get it, but it's just random. Every time we level up, there is it's based on your piety stat. So in the case of Abaddon, it's like a 14 over 20 something chance to learn each spell on his potential spell list. So there's like a higher than 50% chance for him to learn Latu Mapic every time he levels up. Unfortunately, he didn't get it this time. Next, we're going to look at Maid. Maid is not going to be getting any more new spells. The only thing she can... No, hold on. She can learn spells on levels where she already knows the spells. But it looks like her spell lists, yeah, on levels 1, 2, and 3 are already full. So, no, 1, 2, and 4 are full. 3 is actually not full yet, so she can still learn level 3 spells. Because she knows level 3 spells, she can still learn level 3 spells. Even though she's not an arcane character anymore, she's a thief, she can still expand her existing spell list. So we could potentially learn level 3 spells here. Other than that, it's just our trap disarming chances going up. And 7 HP, which is really good. We didn't get any spells, it's not that surprising. Our intellect is only 11, so our chance of learning spells isn't that high. Strength is fine. Vitality and agility are always good. Last up is going to be Vivi. Vivi will learn at least one spell this level. They're going to get access to a new spell tier. We really want HP. We really want HP. Vivi's health is quite low at 17. We really need this number to go up. Nice. We got 6 HP. That's just what I was looking for. That's like almost as much as we could possibly gain. All of our stats went up. We got a ton of spell points. And more importantly, we got 3 new spells. Morlis, Dalto, and Lahalito. So this is looking really good. It looks like people are emphasizing finding weapons and exploring, which those things kind of go hand in hand. So let me do a quick search. Where to get +1 longsword in Wizardry 1. Let's see if this brings up anything. Let's actually bring up the Steam community page, probably for this game. You get longsword +1 at level 4, and you get plate mail +1 at level 5. The really good stuff can only be found on level 10. You have to go to level 10 to get the really good stuff. Be very careful of chests with the teleport trap on level 10. They have a tendency... Alright, so it looks like you have to go to like level 9 or 10 if you want to get the really good gear. But it does look like you can get longsword +1 around level 4. The mace, plate mail, and shield you can get around level 2 with increasing chances on deeper levels. The +2 weapons actually appear on level 5. And then there's another set of gear that appears on level 7. So it looks like 4, 5... level 4, level 5, and level 7 are the floors where you start to see new equipment that you couldn't see before. So let's head down to level 4. I think we can access level 4 from the elevator, which we haven't really done yet. We unlocked the elevator, but we never really used it to go any deeper. So let's go do that now. I have to remember how to get to the elevator from here. I believe... Oh, hold on a second. Before we do that, let's have Silvara cast... Porphic to give our characters extra armor. And we're going to head this way. We're going to go into the dark area. And then there should be... In fact, I can open up our existing map. So based on the existing map, we went here. So we need to go right. And then there's going to be like a wall. There's going to be like a door to our left. So what I'll actually do is this. There's going to be a prompt that will show. This is the door. We don't want to go through here. So right now we're standing right here in front of this door. This door will take us back to the back to town. There's a wizard in here who teleports you back to town. What we want to do is go straight through this passage. This wraps you around to the bottom of the map, and then if we keep going straight, we can access the elevator. So I think if I just keep going straight here, I'm going to access the elevator. And I'm correct about that. Okay. Now, the controls for the elevator are right here. We can take it down to floor 4. On this floor, we can potentially find +1 longswords. We can find enhanced shields and armor. And we're also going to be exploring deeper for the first time, which is also nice and fun. So let's do that. I'm going to cast a Duma pick because I have no idea what the layout of this floor looks like. In fact, we have not really explored this floor at all yet. So the only thing we know is that there's a passage here and there's a door behind us. I'm going to check at least to the end of this passage and see if we see anything. Before I do that, I'm actually going to cast a light spell. We can cast Lomiwa. There you go. Now we can see a little bit better. If there's any secret doors, we might have an easier time spotting those. It looks like people are also exploring, voting for me to explore deeper, which is good, because that's what we're going to do anyway. There's a sign here. It says private elevator, authorized users only. Oh. Upon entering the room, the members of the party immediately find themselves outside of the door they tried to enter. This room is enchanted and will require an item to bypass. Okay, so there's another elevator through here that we cannot access right now. So it seems like this floor is sort of like a connecting point between the first 3 levels of the dungeon, and then probably this elevator, the one that we can't access right now, probably leads to the deeper floors of the dungeon. If I had to guess, I'm thinking that's probably how this all works. We have ogres here to take care of. Looks like we killed one and then one of them fleed, and then we just killed another one. Now if they drop a chest here, we're definitely going to be investigating it, because we want to start checking chests on this floor to try and find a +1 longsword. Alright, so this door might lead to whatever is on the 4th floor. Probably we have to find an item on this floor that will allow us to access the elevator, which leads to the deeper levels. Otherwise, I don't know what is through here. This is a testing grounds control center. Authorized personnel only, do not enter. Obviously, we're going to enter. Let's see what happens this time. Suddenly, a loud alarm bell can be heard. Then the bells stop and are replaced by the sound of guardian monsters. The party gets the idea that they are in big trouble. Okay, so there's going to be a ton of monsters. Fine. Oh. 8 level 3 ninja, and they ambushed us too, and they poisoned us. We have to be careful with these ninja. They can auto-kill us. I don't think they have spell casting. Yeah, so these icons mean poison and instant death. So they resist sleep, they can inflict poison, and they can inflict instant death. They don't seem to have any innate resistance against magic that we can cast, and it looks like they have 3 times 8. Looks like they have about 24 HP maximum. I feel a little bit tempted to cast something like Porphic. Not Porphic, sorry. Bamatu or Matu to make it less likely for us to get hit and poisoned or hit with instant death. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to have Maid and Vivi both cast a level 3 damage spell, which in this case it looks like it's going to be Mahalito, and then Vivi can cast Dalto, which for some reason is just like a better version of Mahalito. So this should wipe out the enemy ninja group before they can do too much to us. Yeah, a couple of them are left standing. Good thing is we got a good initiative order, so we managed to wipe them out pretty quickly with Mahalito into Dilto. Now I would love to see a chest here. It looks like we didn't get one, that's fine. Okay, we have spells for curing poison. I think Silvara herself might even have one. Softness, cure, Latymophis. Yes, she has Latymophis, which she can use to cure poison from herself. So we're going to do that. So Silvara is not poisoned. She also leveled up, funny enough. We'll probably go back to town soon. There's another sign here. There's a monster allocation center in here. Let's leave that alone for now. Oh, I see. Every time you step here, it causes the alarm to go off. That's probably going to cause another enemy group to spawn. Yeah, okay. Oh, a dragon, okay. This seems scary. Snow Warning says, I thought 8 ninjas would be a challenge. Okay, well this is a challenge, because I have no idea what to expect from this. Should we fight the dragon, or should we just try to run away? The thing is, I don't know if we can run away. Like, are we gonna, if we try to run, are we gonna succeed, or are we just gonna get killed while trying to run? You know? Let me see what we have available. We have glass, Dilto. Yeah, I'm actually gonna cast Dilto here, so that we have a better chance of hitting this enemy on the next turn. I'm also gonna have Silvara cast Latu Mapik so we can learn about this dragon. Abaddon is going to cast Bamatu so that the enemies have a lower chance of hitting us. I'm going to have Maid cast Moreless. I think Moreless is the play here. Make the dragon easier to hit. And then Vivi probably has... I'm going to see what her best spell is on level 4. She's got a couple options. So she has Moreless, Dalto, and Lahalito. I'm guessing a dragon is probably more susceptible to cold damage than fire damage. It's a gassy dragon. Yeah, it is a gas dragon, in fact. I'm going to try casting a Dalto here. I'm going to see if it does anything. Alright, let's hope this goes well. Oh, okay. We took it down pretty fast, actually. It was not as scary as I was expecting. Granted, we kind of opened up with like all of our best spells, so that could be why. Here is a treasure repository. I would love to go in there right now, but I think this is a good time to run back to town. And, oh my god. Okay. Yep. So these dragons can attack in groups. Oh boy. Okay. I don't even know which of these threats is like the most dangerous. It looks like the dragons, at least out of the ones that we know about, I think the dragons are the most dangerous. I think these dragonflies are pretty dangerous too. If I remember correctly, they have a breath weapon as well. Yeah, that Snow Warning says that one was the scout. It looks like stepping on the alarm, even though we left the room. It looks like stepping on the alarm still triggered another encounter. This is scary. This is going to be a scary fight. I don't know if we're going to get through here. I know the gas dragons and the dragonflies both have breath weapons. I don't think we can waste an action casting an identification spell here either. I think we need to cast like our most powerful spells. We need to cast Bamatu. I need to cast Montino on these priests to hopefully stop them from casting anything on us. And then like group of monsters. I think we need to Dalto on the. I think we need to double cast on the gas dragons. The only reason I wouldn't do that is if I had a spell that could hit every enemy. But it looks like I only have spells that can hit groups. So if I'm going to target a group... 3 to 18... Dalto. I think we just have to cast Dalto. I think we have to double cast Dalto here, because we need to guarantee that we're going to get rid of these dragons right now, before I let them do anything to us. Okay, it looks like the ice damage does very well against them. The big problem is, yeah, so they're casting spells. Yeah, so the enemy priests are casting spells on us now. They silenced multiple of our party members. Now the dragonflies are using their breath weapon. You can see that's like an AoE. They're dealing a lot of damage to the party. They already dropped Vivi down to 10 HP. We need to wipe out the dragonflies now. The problem is, our entire party is silenced, which means we cannot cast any spells. I'm gonna parry. I don't know if that improves... I don't know if that will reduce the amount of damage we're gonna take from these breath weapons, but it's the best thing we can do right now. The more of these dragonflies we kill before they use their breath weapon, the better it's gonna be for us. Okay, they still dropped one breath weapon on us. This was a tough encounter. I think we're gonna get through it. If you look at our party, Mavtato took a pretty big chunk of health. Pizza took a ton of damage. Silvara took a chunk of health. Abaddon, Maid, and Vivi are all like within range that they could easily die. Like these characters could easily die if they get hit with another breath weapon. With that in mind, I'm gonna send our best attacks both into the Dragonfly to make sure that we kill it before it can use its breath weapon. For the others, I can have them start attacking the priests in the front row, because the priests won't be able to do very much to us anymore. Okay, we got rid of the Dragonfly. We don't have to worry about another breath weapon. That could have gone so much worse. That could have gone so much worse than it did. I think everyone right now is going to be okay. But we have to wipe out these priests. It looks like the silencing effect wore off on Vivi, so we can have her cast the spell next turn. Which I think is going to be worth doing in order to clean up these priestesses before they do anything. In fact, this is actually a good time to have Silvara cast Latium Epic. Just because we can get some information from these enemies, and then we can have Vivi cast Mahalito. Vivi took the least damage technically, but she's also the most squishy. Says Snow Warning. Yeah, that's true. That's like the that's the dichotomy of like being a mage. So we got information on these priest enemies. So next time we encounter this group, we'll have more information about them, and we can make, you know, informed decisions based on that. It looks like, I think they don't run. It seems like they don't run. I think they always stand and fight. Oh, we got new insights. So we know, yeah, we know that they can cast miracles. We already knew that. Wow. 17,000 experience. That was almost as much experience as we got from the creeping coins. The difference was that this was not like a free, you know, bonus experience encounter. This was like a legitimate threat. That was actually worth 17,000 experience. So yeah, that was by far the most dangerous thing we've encountered since we started this. Since we started playing Wizardry on this channel. And honestly, the fact that everyone survived, that's pretty hype. The fact that everyone survived is pretty hype. I'm a little bummed that we didn't find a treasure chest, but honestly, that was pretty good. Yeah, the dragons give a lot of experience, but you can kill them quickly. The thing is, in order to kill them quickly, though, you have to drop like your most powerful AoE spells immediately. So there's a trade-off. It costs spell slots, and if your casters are not fast enough, or like, for example, there were enemy priests, if those priests had silenced Vivi or cast silence on Maid before we got the chance to cast our Blizzard spell, that could have been very bad, because we would not have been able to wipe out those dragons. But yeah, now we got a ton of experience. The scary thing is, I don't know how to explore that floor safely, because once we step on that alarm, it's always going to cause an enemy group to attack us, which means we have to be prepared to fight an enemy group on the way in and another enemy group on the way back out, like we just did that time. I thought on the way out we wouldn't have to fight another one, so I got pretty caught off guard there. It's been a long time since I've played Wizardry 1, especially going into the deeper floors like this. This is my first time really replaying like the game this deeply in a while, because I mostly play Wizardry 2 and 3. So I don't have the scenario from this game memorized as closely. Okay, Silvara is finally ready to level up. She will guaranteed learn a new miracle here. No, I'm wrong. It's because she reclassed into fighter, right? She's not a priest anymore, so she doesn't get her level 7 priest spells, but she can still use her priest spells in the fighter class. So right now the big thing she's looking for is HP, which she didn't get any. We do have to rest and recover as well. Alright, now let's rest up our remaining characters, and I want to see how close we are to leveling up. Because if we have anyone who's close to leveling up, I'm going to level them up before I do any more exploring. Just because, you know, that was such a risky encounter. If we can get a buffer of a little bit more HP, especially like on Vivi, I think it's worth doing. Honestly, Vivi, Maid, and Abaddon are all pretty close to leveling up. I think it's worth doing a little bit of safe exploration. Hey Pram, welcome to the stream. Yeah, you're still pretty early today. We still, you missed an awesome encounter. We just had a crazy battle. In fact, let's go back. I know what we can do. We can go back down to floor 4, we can trigger the alarm and then fight just one enemy group on the way back out. Let's do that. Yeah, Pram, you just missed an insane battle. We got attacked by 5 enemy priests, 5 enemy dragons, and 5 enemy dragonflies. Like full-size dragons. Like giant dragons. Like multiple of them, on top of being supported by a huge group of enemies. It was insane. Vivi, Abaddon, and Maid almost died. And every one of our frontline characters got pretty badly wounded. We had to run. We had to run back to town. I'm actually going to try to... I want to try to trigger another encounter like that now if I can. And now I think I know that a single dragon by itself is actually not that dangerous, but they can spawn in groups. So we can kind of make some informed decisions based on that information. So we're going to head down to floor 4. We're going to cast our spells. Yeah, it was pretty epic. It was definitely the most epic battle so far. Let me cast our buffs. So we have Maporfic, which will decrease the armor class of all of our characters, which is a good thing. Lower is better on your armor score. And then we have Lomilwa, which is going to give us light while exploring, so we can see better. We can spot secret doors. There you go. Alright, so this should be the way. So yeah, it warns Testing Grounds Control Center, authorized personnel only, do not enter. So when you walk through this door, an alarm goes off. After stepping on this alarm, the next time we move, it will automatically trigger an encounter against a very dangerous enemy group. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk right back out, because what we did last time is we started walking around in this room, which caused us to trigger the alarm multiple times and had to fight multiple battles. And then on the way back out, it actually triggered again. So we almost got killed trying to escape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to immediately escape. This will trigger an encounter against 4 ogres, significantly less dangerous than what we faced last time. There's a pretty good chance we can fight this encounter and then just step on the alarm again. Especially because ogres will run away, and they're pretty scared of us because our level is so high on our frontline fighters. It was a big surprise because the encounter before was a single dragon, but then suddenly the dragon was just one of many. Yeah, I love the storytelling of like games like this where, like, even though everything that happens is random, like everything that happens is randomized. Like something happens and it still tells a story. Like we encountered a single dragon, and that, like, we thought that was amazing at first. We saw one dragon and we were like, oh my god, a dragon, like that's crazy. I wonder how dangerous it is. I threw everything that I had at that dragon to kill it, to make sure that it wouldn't, wipe out my party members with a breath weapon. And then, we walk through the next door and there's like an army of dragons supported by other enemies. And as Snow Warning said, it was basically like the first dragon we saw was like a scout. Alright, so the alarm goes off again. We're going to try to trigger another encounter. Yeah, this was 8 level 3 ninjas, and it looks like when the ninjas attack us, it looks like they always surprise us. Either that or they just have a high chance of surprising. The ninjas are pretty dangerous. I really don't want to mess with them. So what I'm going to do is Bamatu on my front line to help avoid them getting poisoned. And then I'm going to cast Mahalito twice. That should be enough to wipe out these groups of ninjas. Yeah, so any of the ones that survive on low health will get killed by the second Mahalito. Just like that. And we have all the information on the ninjas, so we don't have to stop and investigate them. This should give us around 10,000 experience. Yeah, and then that gets divided out among the party. That gives Abaddon just enough to level up. I'm not ready to go home yet. I'm going to have Silvara. You can see this icon right here. Hold on a second. This little green icon means that Silvara is poisoned. Every time I take a step, she's going to take damage. What I'll do to mitigate that is open up her spell list and check out she has Latumofis. One of the reasons why we leveled Silvara up until she learned Latumofis before reclassing her into a fighter was for this exact reason. It allows her to cure poison so that we don't have to go back to town every time a character gets poisoned. So Silvara is now cured of her poisoning, and we can go right back to exploring. I'm going to trigger the alarm one more time. This could be the most dangerous one if we don't... Okay, it's another group of ninjas, and they didn't surprise us this time. Okay, so they're not guaranteed to surprise us. I'm gonna repeat what we did last time. I'm gonna double cast Mahalito. I think Vivi can actually cast Dalto. There's no reason... Oh no, sorry. Dalto's strong, higher level. I I think Mate is the one who actually has the spell I want. No, okay. Yeah, it is Mahalito I'm thinking of. Okay, so we can both cast Mahalito, and it seems like Mahalito is enough to guarantee the kill. So if we just double cast Mahalito, we usually wipe out this group without giving them a chance to attack us, or at the very least, without giving them 2 turns. Yeah, so that's basically like a guaranteed 2-turn kill. That should be another 10,000 experience. Now, if Maid and Vivi are both ready to level up, I will go back. It looks like that's the case. Let me check if anyone else is close. No. Yes. Sort of. I think it's worth triggering one more encounter. This is definitely risky. We're definitely risking things by fighting one more encounter, but all of our characters still have full HP. So I want to trigger the alarm one more time. And this is giving me a good sense of how many like fights I can do in a row. Like before I have to go back to town. So 3 gas dragons, and they surprised us. They can hit pretty hard. They can even hit our frontliners who have pretty good armor, so that's definitely something to keep in mind. I'm going to see how much damage our melee characters can do against them. Silvara needs to cast Latu Mapik. We really need to get information on these enemies, and then I'm going to have Abaddon cast Bamatu to make it less likely for them to hit us. We don't know what kind of extra actions or special traits they have, so we don't know if they can like poison us, if they have a breath weapon, if they can cast spells. I just don't have enough information right now. I'm actually not... I'll cast 1 Dalto, and I'm going to save Vivi's cast. Okay, looks like they cast Catino on us. They resist sleep, and they have 2 things, which I don't know what those are. They have some kind of green fireball and some kind of blue rune. I want to see something, because it looks like he cast Catino. Yeah, the gas dragons, they can cast arcane spells. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's this symbol right here. Look at this. This is the symbol for arcane magic, and if you see it, it's also over here. So the dragons, they have something to do with something green, which I don't recognize. And then they have arcane magic, which, as you can see, they tried to cast Catino on our party, and we resisted it. I think if I look at my party members... I don't remember how to bring up my party information, but it's fine. Pram is making the same gassy dragons joke. As long as it's not liquid dragons, yeah, liquid dragons would be pretty crazy. Let me see if I can look at my own party members. I don't remember how to do it. That toggles the health bar. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, you can also scroll through the combat log like this. That makes things a little bit easier. I want to see if they did anything else, like if they cast a breath weapon or something. They cast Halito, that's fine, we know they can do that. So yeah, they cast arcane spells. And they do melee attacks, but I don't know what that other icon means. I think it might mean that like their attacks have poison or something. They have a base armor class of 3. So if we add our level to that, that's 12. That means 12 over 20. So Mavtato has at least a 60% chance of hitting them, plus whatever bonus they get from their strength score, which I think is another plus 4. So 16 over 20. I think we have like an 80% chance of hitting them, and they have around... They have somewhere between like 20 to 30 HP normally. What are their health bars? Oh my god, no, take that back. I wanted to, yeah, okay, so their health bars are pretty low. I don't think we need to waste any spells. I think we can take them out with our melee attacks. We have around an 80% chance of hitting them. And we have multi-attacks. Okay, they just did something. Okay, so it is a breath weapon. They have a breath weapon. So this icon here, this green icon, I think this indicates that enemy has a breath weapon. Because we just got hit with a breath weapon. I also want to see something. I want to see how much damage we did to them. Okay, Mavtato can hit a gas dragon 2 times for 17 damage, so it seems like they don't resist physical damage that much. I think we can just kill them with our fighters. The scary thing is, It's mainly, honestly, their melee attack. I don't think their breath weapon is even really that dangerous. Vivi has enough HP where taking like a chip damage from a breath weapon is not going to kill her. Yeah, so Pizza can hit them for 17 damage and take them out. Okay, so I think I have a good sense of how we're going to fight these dragons from now on. I think we can probably fight around 4 encounters that trigger based on the alarm before needing to go back to town. So we can focus our next exploration based on like knowing that we can last for that long if we need to. Everyone else is pretty close to full HP, so I'm just going to head back now. Our party is in much better condition this time, but we're running out of spells, so we have to go back to town and rest. But we got a lot of useful information from that exploration, and we're also going to get a huge power spike here. Pizza is about to get a triple attack. Abaddon, Maid, and Vivi can hopefully get some more HP, which will make it easier for us to survive against enemies with breath weapons. I think the dragonflies are actually more dangerous than the dragons, weirdly enough, because their breath weapon did a ton more damage. Am I crazy or am I right about that? I think I'm right about that. Alright, let's heal up before we go back. Dios. And one more. I like healing before leveling up because otherwise your HP gets rounded in a weird way. It's better to just have it round to full rather than rounding to like still not being full and then still needing to rest. Maptato needs to rest to get back spell points. Pizza needs to level up. 1 HP. Honestly, this scene on the surface you would think this is kind of a crappy level up, but +1 agility is very good. Vitality is fine. Luck is actually good. 1 HP doesn't really matter. I mean, Pizza honestly could... It would be nice if Pizza could get some more HP, but eventually they will get a good HP roll. The big thing is that increasing to level 10 is going to give Pizza a triple attack, and that is a huge deal. So right now our attack deals... let me bring up Pizza's information. I don't remember if the items have their damage listed. Okay, they do. So right now Pizza's attack, deals Pizza. Okay. So right now Pizza's attack deals 5, somewhere between 5 and 12 damage. So 5 plus 12 is 17, divided by 2 is 8.5. So right now our average damage is about 8.5 on a single attack. On a double attack, we're dealing somewhere between 10 and 24 damage. And the average of that is actually 17 damage. So a double attack has 17 average damage, a single attack has less than 9 average damage. And not only that, but the thing is that splitting up your damage into a double attack also means that when you deal less than full damage, it's not always going to necessarily be a miss. Like you could hit one attack and miss the other, whereas if you're only making a single attack, if you miss it, that's it. That's just 0 damage. Now on top of that, our triple attack is going to deal somewhere between 15 and 36 damage, and the average on that is 25. So our average damage just went up from 17 to 25.5, and if you divide that, it looks like our damage went up by 1.5, so around 50% extra damage. On top of the fact that we're also multi-attacking, so we have more chances to hit our attacks instead of missing our attacks. Reg says, based on that one fight, which you expected to be a TPK, you think I'm actually right about that? Yeah, I thought that was going to be a party wipe as well. But the fact that we got through that and I was able to go back and test the alarms and get a feel for them, it's making me think that we can handle like 4, maybe even 5 encounters, depending on which encounters we actually get. Anyway, long story short, Pizza's damage just spiked massively. That's going to be a huge deal moving forward. Let's level up Abaddon. We can expand our spell list. We're not guaranteed to get a spell here. We did get expanded spell list, and we got spell points, and importantly, we also got Latimorphis. That's really good. We've been wanting that one. I said we'd get it eventually. eventually is here now. We got it. Maid, I think, can still expand their spell list. Didn't get anything. Lost Vitality and Agility, that sucks. Those are both stats that Maid wants. Vivi, I actually don't know if they can expand their spell list anymore, because Vivi might already know every single spell. Yeah, but she is expanding her spell points. Unfortunately, she lost Vitality too. She did gain Agility, which is really good. 18 Agility on a Mage is fantastic. I would have really liked for her to get more HP though. I'm going to check the ages of my characters. 23, 28, 19, 28, 19, 23. So these 28-year-old characters are the ones who are most at risk of losing stats whenever they level up. Whenever you level up, there's a small chance to lose stats. It's based on your age. So Silvara and Maid are the most likely to lose stats when leveling up. The others are pretty unlikely. Vivi and Maptato are a little bit in danger, but Pizza and Abaddon are probably just going to be gaining stats. Maptato is still pretty far away from level 10, unfortunately. Samurai levels up a little bit slower than Fighter. That is one of the disadvantages, and it's one of the reasons why we're going to see Pizza and Silvara really start to shine moving forward, while Maptato is going to gradually start to lag behind. Yeah, losing Vitality really sucks. You can actually die of old age if you lose enough Vitality. I want to see something. I want to see if they sell helmets here, or shields, like anything that we don't already have. Let me... Copper gloves maybe is what I'm looking for. So shields we have, helmets we have, copper gloves. So I don't think any of our characters have copper gloves currently. So I think the next big thing we need to do is start buying gloves for our frontline party members. Which is actually not as easy as it sounds, because they cost 6,000 per glove. And I think for these characters, plate mail is actually the same defense as breastplate +1. So we don't need breastplate +1, we just need plate mail. Pizza has plate mail already. Spar has plate mail. I think you can equip... Oh, we don't actually have any plate mail available. Okay. Once Abaddon gets plate mail, I think we can sell this breastplate +1. Maid has leather armor +1 already. And Vivi can't really wear anything other than robes. Alright. Let's go back. Would you guys rather we step on the alarm a few more times and do some more testing? Or do you think it would be better to actually try to explore some of those rooms on the other side of that door, which could potentially lead to some insane party wipe, but could be fun or funny. Oh, I actually need to rest my characters to get back their spell points. Good thing I caught that before going too far. I think Silvara might be the only one who needs it. Yeah, so because Silvara didn't level up, I missed having her rest to get her spell points back. Alright. If you guys have a preference between testing the alarm and grinding out a few more battles versus actually trying to explore, I will just go ahead and do whatever chat wants me to do. I haven't fully decided yet, but I will decide when we get there. Where's the dark room? Here it is. 2 bubbly slimes. I actually really like the fact that they include this elevator shortcut in this game. It's actually, if you think about it, that is like mind-blowing that the game devs even thought to include that. Like now, like shortcuts are a thing that we take for granted, but like when this game came out, there was not really that many like dungeon crawlers. There were not really very many RPGs that had been made yet. And the fact that they actually considered like, hey, the player is probably not going to want to walk all the way down to floor 4 every single time. And they included an elevator right near the start of the game that takes you right down to floor 4. Like that is like genius game design. Like for them to have thought of that, possibly before anyone else even did it, like to come up with that idea and think like, hey, the player is going to want this feature. Like I really have to give them credit. I give them credit for almost everything in this game because I think this game's incredible. But especially like for the context of the time when this game was released, like it is pretty mind-blowing like how good it is and like how polished it is. Let's cast our Lamilwa. Chris says we should just focus on testing the alarm. What I will do is, I think there's a door right on the other side. Okay, I'm going to step through this first door just to see what's on the other side. And then we'll go back and just trigger the alarm just one more time, possibly. Ooh, 8 werebears. I don't think I have... we might have encountered these before. And this seems like it's actually a dead end. Okay, so they have regeneration. They have a lot of HP. They give a lot of experience. We don't know what else they do. What we can do now, finally, because Abaddon got... where is it? No, that's Latimmuffis, not Latimmopic. Sorry. We actually have to go back to Silvara. So we do still need Silvara to cast Latimmupic. But I guess that's fine. We can get some more information about these werebears. And I'm also going to cast a Bamatu here, because these are melee attackers. So lowering our armor class is going to reduce their chance of hitting us, which is good. I don't know what their resistances are, but there's not any really downside to casting Maid doesn't have the spell that I want. Alright, let's just have Maid hide. And Vivi, I think, has the spell that I want. No. Am I thinking of the right spell? Actually, Vivi doesn't really have that many spells. I think there's a tier 2 spell that I'm thinking of that neither of my mages have. Alright, well, let's just cast Catino then. There's a chance that we could maybe put them to sleep. We don't know if they resist sleep or not. It looks like it was ineffective, so they probably resist sleep. Okay, we got information on them now. They do flee, which is kind of a good thing for us. It means we don't have to fight all of them. Yeah, it looks like they have... Okay, so they do flee. Okay, so we know what they do now. So they have resistance to cold, poison, and sleep. They also run. We know they have regeneration. I think that's what this symbol is. I think this means they inflict poison. And then I don't know what this X symbol is. It could be something like maybe, if I had to guess, maybe like a multi-attack. But I honestly, I have no idea. Either way, I think we can just burst them down with melee attacks. They don't seem like they're particularly dangerous, other than their ability to inflict poison. But now we have the ability to cure poison, so even that is not that scary to us anymore. Pram, you're on your commute right now. Are you on the way to work, or are you on the way from work? Kind of curious to know that. Alright, ooh, finally a chest. Okay, this is the big moment. This is going to be our first chance to potentially get a +1 longsword. I'm going to cast Calfo here, rather than because right now our inspection chance is only 84%, because we haven't leveled up our thief enough. I would rather cast Calfo. This will guarantee... Okay, so we know for sure, or at least 95% sure, that this is a Blades trap. We're going to cast, or we're going to disarm. We have a 77% chance. If we fail, it's not a big deal. The Blades trap on this floor, I think, probably deals up to 18 damage if it goes off. Looks like it doesn't matter. We disarmed it anyway. Oh, and we found a sword. We found a sword. Big moment. Okay. I'm going to check these walls. I don't see anything here. I'm going to cast a Duma pick just for mapping purposes. Yeah, so this seems like it's just an empty room, which you can trigger an encounter and sometimes drop a chest, which is good. So this could be a good spot for grinding, especially if we can get chests in this room and then fight enemies that give experience on the way back out. So let's head back now. I want to identify this sword immediately. Hello, Maptato. Welcome to the stream. You're still alive, yeah? Oh, dragonflies. Okay, these are the dangerous ones. Their breath weapon is extremely scary. We still don't have all of the information on them. I don't want to let them live for too long, but I will cast a Latumapic here. And then I'm going to cast, I think I'm going to double cast Dalto, because we're on the way out anyway. We might as well just use all of our spell slots. The only problem is, if we kill them before we identify them, I'm not going to get the information that I want. Okay, we got it. Okay, so it looks like all they have fire resistance. They have 20% resistance to something. I don't know what that is. And then they have a fire elemental breath weapon. Okay, so this is the symbol for breath weapon. And I guess green is probably poison. Red is probably fire. I'm starting to learn what the icons mean. It's actually pretty cool. I like the fact that the icons don't tell you exactly what they mean, because even when you identify an enemy, you still have to learn their abilities. And it looks like this enemy actually resisted... How did this last one resist the Dalto? So, Dalto, Dragonfly took 22 damage, 22 damage. Dalto was ineffective, and then took... Oh, so this must be magic resistance. This symbol right here, this is 20% magic resistance. So every single spell that we cast, there's a 20% chance that it just does nothing. That's why the Dalto cast didn't kill this fly, because about 1 out of 4 of them are just going to completely resist the Dalto effect, and that's exactly what happened. Cool. So now we know everything about the dragonflies. We know everything about the dragons. We know everything about werebears. We know everything about enemy ninjas. I think we fully identified the priests, the enemy priests. And we also got a nice sword that we're going to bring back, and hopefully it's going to be something really good. Hey Chris, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alright, we're heading back to town. I think we had a character based on Chris. It was a while ago though. They might have already died. That's just the nature of the game. Honestly, we got really close to losing like half of our main party, or even just wiping the entire party. Earlier today, there was a nasty encounter that caught us off guard. Alright, so what we're going to do is first I'm going to rest everybody up. Then we need to see who is holding the sword that we picked up. It looks like Maid has it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the tavern, I'm going to remove Vivi from the party, and I'm going to add... we can use Poyo. Poyo's level is higher, which I think makes them better at identifying items. So I'm going to add Poyo. We're going to go into the dungeon. Chris, you think you did die? Yeah, there's actually, I remember now, there's a character in the guild hall right now named Chris 2, because the original Chris died. You're right, I remember that now. Maid, I want you to give this sword to Poyo, and then Poyo is going to identify this sword. This is basically the moment of truth, because if this is a +1 longsword, it's going to make pizza significantly more deadly. Oh no, it's the opposite. It's a -1 longsword. It's a cursed weapon. So these -1 weapons, if you equip them, you can't remove them. They get like stuck to your hand, which is pretty funny. And they also have like negative hit penalty and negative damage. We can go sell it. It's fine. It's funny. We got our first magic weapon. Unfortunately, it was cursed. It would have been nicer if it was blessed. I think they sell for something though. They might even sell for like a reasonable amount of money. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean they sell for 500. That's pretty good. Got rid of that. We've almost got enough that we can afford a pair of gloves too. Alright, let's go back to the tavern. We're going to remove Poyo. We're going to put Vivi back in the party. And let's look at the other characters who are here. Because, yeah, here's Chris too. So you are a level 4 elf fighter, which is actually pretty interesting. That's a pretty non-standard build. It's actually probably one of our most non-standard builds. We have a bunch of backup fighters for if any of our fighters die. Hopefully Pizza and Silvara don't die. I would say they are our most valuable fighters right now. Pizza because of their ability to triple attack. Silvara because we spent so much time putting them through the multi-class route. Like, we invested a lot of experience into making Silvara as good as she is. And the more she levels up, the better she's going to get. Maftato's pretty good, but like I mentioned before, the Samurai class levels up pretty slow. So we are going to see the downsides of the Samurai class as we move forward. We might need to go back and start exploring the 3rd floor soon, because there might be an item on there that we missed. Yeah, more backup fighters are always good, because eventually someone's going to fall into a pit again or something. Someone's going to have like a dragon breath cast on them. Who knows? On that note, let's cast our spells. Perfect. Alright, let's go back down to floor 4. It's actually pretty cool that we got a magic sword on our very first chest on the 4th floor. Even if it ended up being a cursed one instead of a blessed one, it's still pretty cool. That also reminds me, I also need to cast Lamilla. Let's also check our experience values and see if we're close to leveling up. If we're close to leveling anyone up, we'll do a little bit of grinding. If we're not close to leveling up, I'm going to do a little bit of exploring. So not close, pretty close, not close, not close, not close. Okay. So we could probably fight a couple battles and level up Silvara. But honestly, given that level 8's not actually going to do anything specifically for Silvara, so I might feel comfortable checking one of these doors. I want to go this way. 7 ninja. And we know the ninja don't have magic resistance. They do have poison, instant death, and they resist sleep. They don't have a lot of HP. They do have some HP, but not like an exorbitant amount of HP. I think we can beat them just by double casting Mahalito. These are the kind of encounters where your mages really shine in their ability to quickly wipe out a group of dangerous enemies. We did get poisoned, that's fine. We have poison cure. Yeah, like that would go so much worse if we didn't have like these high-level mages, 2 high-level mages that we have. If we hadn't trained Maid and we only had Vivi to rely on, we wouldn't be able to instant wipe out these groups, which would make these encounters go a lot differently. I'm going to cast a Latiomorphis. I'm going to cure Mavtato's poison condition. And I want to check this room over here. So this room says that it has monsters and the other room says that it has treasure. I'm not really inclined to trust these signs. I have a suspicion that the door that says treasure probably leads to like a death room. And the door that says monsters might actually have treasure in it or something. So I'm going to check this door. We have the gold key, so we can get through here. There are monsters in here. Well, technically, it's actually more like an enemy party. There's a masked man. Oh, there's 2 high priests, 1 high ninja, 2 mages, and 2 armored fighters. Huh. They give a lot of experience. The high ninja always spawns in a group of 1. So this is kind of like a mini boss. I think this is a boss encounter, because this high ninja always spawns in a group of 1. The armored men we're less sure about. The mages spawn in groups of 2, always. And the high priests also spawn in groups of 2. Now this is a tricky encounter because the enemies are split into multiple groups, which means we cannot just instant kill them with our AoE. I'm going to start unleashing attacks on the high ninja. I don't want him to hit us with instant death. For our casters, I'm going to use, I think, Bamatu. I want to cast Dalto on the enemy mage group, because if we can kill them very fast, in fact, I'm going to cast Dalto on the enemy priest group and Dalto on the enemy mage group. I don't think they're going to have a lot of HP, and if we can kill them very fast, we can defeat them before they have time to cast spells on us. Snow Warning asks if spells are limited use, and Chris says yes. The answer is yes. I will demonstrate and explain how it works after we finish this fight, or maybe on the next turn. So first, let's see how this goes. Okay, we did wipe out the mage group as I anticipated. We killed the high ninja with our melee. And it looks like the blizzard was nowhere near enough to wipe out the priests. So the enemy priests have a lot of HP. They're quite bulky. They're a lot more bulky than I expected. And it looks like the other group is just a set of level 7 fighters. I'm not that scared of level 7 fighters. I would imagine that the only thing they can do is like maybe multi-attack. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have my melee line attack the enemy priests while casting a spell to identify them. That way we have more information going into the next encounter. Like the next time we encounter this group. I can probably hit them with a Mahalito, and I'm actually going to have Vivi wait. Okay, they're hitting us pretty hard. The Mahalito's dealing okay damage. It looks like they resist, it looks like they might resist, have a little bit of magic resistance. We didn't get a lot of information on them either. We know the fighters don't have any special traits, or extra, they don't have any special actions or special traits, but they do count as level 7 fighters, so they're going to have a double attack. They're pretty much about as strong as Silvara, but they don't have any like magic or anything like she does. The enemy priests are actually a little bit higher level. The enemy priests are actually the same level as Abaddon, so they probably have similar HP to him as well, and abilities. I'd really like to identify him again. I think I'm going to do one more round of identification. And I gotta be careful about how many Dalto casts I have. There's a pretty good chance I could actually put the fighters to sleep, because they're not going to have good magic resistance. And then I can just hit them with... Yeah, I have plenty of Mahalito casts. Okay, so I'll explain this now. So this up here tells you how many casts you have. We have 8 spells of the level 1 group. You can see these blue spells are in the level 1 group. We have 6 spells of the level 2 group, which are these green ones over here. We have 3 spells of the level 3 group, which are these yellow ones here. And then the orange group is our level 4 spells. We have 2 casts. So we can only cast these spells 2 times before we have to go back to town and rest. These spells, Mahalito and Molito, we can cast 3 times. For some reason, the only reason you should ever use a Molito is if the enemies have fire resistance. Oh, they do have, they do resist sleep effects, by the way, I just noticed. This symbol over here tells you that these enemies actually have resistance to sleep. But either way, we can cast Mahalito on them. Mahalito is always better than Molito because it deals more damage, but it deals fire damage, and some enemies do have fire resistance. So you do have to take that into account. We're going to try to burn down these fighters. Unfortunately, we killed the High Priest before we could identify him. They actually don't take that much damage from Mahalito. That's surprising. Or it's just because they have so much HP, because they're level 7 fighters. They could have as much as 70 HP. They probably have around like 35-ish. Mavtato's health is getting pretty low too. So these are not pushover enemies. Yeah, I think this is a boss encounter. Alright, cool. So we kind of have an idea of what to expect next time we come down here. We got good experience. I would love it if they dropped a chest. They dropped a chest. Okay, I'm going to cast Calfo. That gives us a 95% certainty that there is no trap. I'm going to use a disarm action anyway. And I'm going to disarm a... what would be the most devastating trap? Probably an alarm. I'm going to disarm an alarm trap. That way we don't get caught off guard and attacked by another enemy group. There was no trap. Inside was a potion. Not super valuable. Oh, there was also a rod. Pizza. Pizza says, an unidentified item. Bishops are particularly good at identifying them. Or we can take it back to town and pay Boltak to do it for us. Yeah, we're going to use our bishop. We're not going to pay Boltak any money. We do need to use some healing spells here, because there is going to be another enemy group that's going to attack us when we step on the alarm. So we want to make sure our front line is back at full health. So you can see, here's a good example. We've been casting the spell Dial. We've cast it 2 times. We have 2 times left remaining, so I'm going to cast it once more. It doesn't work that way. Okay. And I'm going to cast it once more. So this is going to be our last time. So now this number went down to 1. It went from 2 to 1. This is going to be the last time that we can cast Dial. But I want to do it because I want to make sure that Pizza is at full health. Or close to full health as we can get him. Alright. Now if we step here, the alarm will go off. Now when we go through this door, it's going to trigger a difficult enemy encounter. 7 level 3 ninjas. This time we actually surprised them. That's really good. That's going to give us a little bit of wiggle room. I'm going to cast... I have 2 more Mahalitos. I'll go ahead and cast one now. This probably is not guaranteed to kill all of them, no. It's just wounding them without killing them. That's fine. Our fighters should be able to finish them off now. It seems like the enemies that get summoned by the alarm never drop a treasure chest, which is probably why it's probably to prevent you from just stepping on the alarm repeatedly and spawning chests, spawning an infinite number of treasure chests. So we have to actually trigger like real encounters in order to get chests. We found, by the way, at first I thought that we only found a potion, but it looks like there was a rod in there as well. Oh, a ring. Interesting. I thought it said rod. It actually said ring. So this might be the first magic ring that we find. So there's, yeah, we have a potion. Oh, a rod and a ring. So we actually found 3 things. Potion, a rod, and a ring. Alright, let's go back and identify these. Gotta walk through this dark area. By the way, our torch spell already ran out. So yeah, it runs out really fast in this game. In Wizardry 3, the torch spell lasts like forever. I think it lasts like 600 turns or something. Let's organize our items before we leave. Now I think Maid has all of the items, yes. So we can do the same thing we did last time and just bring Pollo into the dungeon and then give him the items and then have him identify everything. Alright, so we're going to rest to recover our HP and our spells. We're going to level up Silvara. Silvara shouldn't get anything particularly from this. In theory, she can expand her spell list. But other than that, it's basically just a matter of getting HP spell points. She's not going to get triple attack until she reaches level 10. And because she's not in the priest class anymore, she won't learn new spells of higher levels. She'll only learn spells from the levels that she already knows. Yeah, so we didn't get much from this level up. We did get +1 agility, that's actually quite good. Strength and piety, not that important. 1 HP is pretty trash. It's about as bad as a HP level up as you can get. Okay, so from here we go to the tavern. We're going to remove Vivi. We're going to add Pollo. We're going to head into the maze. For some reason, you have to go into the dungeon to identify items. It's just always been that way. It's just like a wizardry thing. Alright, so we're going to give these items to Pollo. And hopefully we're going to identify some things that are not cursed this time. Rod of Flame. You use it in combat. It casts Mahalito's spell on a target monster group. It has a 10% chance of being consumed upon use. And you also resist fire damage when you have it equipped. So we could give this to Vivi, and she could use it to cast Mahalito without expending her spell slots. Although the fact that it has a 10% chance of getting destroyed every time you use it means that I will probably just have her keep it equipped for the fire resistance. Actually, the fire resistance is really good. That's going to stop the dragonflies from killing her with their breath weapons, which is something that we've been struggling with. Free antidote, that's good. Now this ring I'm very curious about. It's a deadly ring. It's a cursed item. It's a mysterious ring inscribed with death runes. Let me look this up. Wizardry 1 deadly ring. I wonder what this does. You can get multiple deadly rings by grinding the monster allocation center that we were just in. Oh, it looks like these drops are somewhat guaranteed. So in floor 4, there's a mandatory fight. It's like a boss encounter, yeah. The first time you go in that room, you get the deadly ring, you get the rod of flame, and you get a potion as guaranteed drops. I got it now. So just the first time we fought that encounter, we get that as like a guaranteed encounter. But I don't know what the deadly ring does though. I have a feeling that if you equip it, it just like kills your character. Yeah, you get it from the Monster Allocation Center. It is a cursed item, and it will cost the characters 250,000 gold to remove it. If you identify it correctly without equipping it, the ring can be sold for 250,000 gold. It doesn't say what it does, though, other than the fact that it's a cursed item. I mean, it's a cursed item, and you have to pay 250,000 gold to unequip it, which you would never be able to afford. Or you can bring it back and sell it for 250,000 gold, which if we do that, like, we're never going to have to worry about money ever again. Although I just noticed that Poyo just equipped it. Okay, I think... Huh. So... Poyo just automatically equipped this item. Which, the only way to have them unequip it is to pay 250,000 gold, which I'm obviously not going to do. So I don't know what's going to happen to Poyo now. I wonder... I'm thinking if we let Poyo get killed, that we can take the ring off their dead body, which might be the reason why this is called the Deadly Ring. Could you maybe see that as a reason for this? I'm going to do something interesting here. I'm going to remove everyone except for Pizza, Silvara, Poyo. I'm going to put Poyo in the front row instead of the back row. Then in the back row, I'm going to add well, New Reg actually has more longevity. So I'm actually going to use New Reg. I'm going to put New Reg in the back. Then I'm going to go into the maze. I'm doing this for a reason. I'm going to take Poyo's items and give them to Reg. And Silvara, I guess. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I can't unequip the Deadly Ring. Yeah, the Deadly Ring is cursed and cannot be unequipped. But I don't know if it does anything. Like, will it do anything to him? Or is it just, like, you can never unequip it? Either way, I'm just going to go intentionally kill him, and so we can get rid of it. I'm thinking if we go here... I'm pretty sure we can get him intentionally killed. Especially with no armor equipped. It should be pretty easy for the enemies to hit him and deal a lot of damage to him. Yeah, we could also have just sent him into the dungeon by himself and then recovered his body to get the ring back. But I would rather just have him be in the party. So let's see if he dies, will he unequip the ring? The Murphy's Ghosts should be able to hit him, even if it's only for like 2 damage at a time. Let's also make sure that we're stacking attacks onto the group that's already injured. And we can also cast... no, we can't. Maybe Poyo can cast? No, he can't either. Okay. Neither of our... Oops, we don't want to do that. We want to fight. Neither of our characters can cast spells to reduce the armor class of these enemies, but it's fine. Pizza has a pretty strong multi-attack, so we should be able to chip them down pretty quickly. The main concern is how long is it going to take these guys to kill Poyo? Because what I really want is for them to kill Poyo. As sad as that is. We're going to have to intentionally get Poyo killed. They're not really attacking him, or if they are, they're missing him. Okay, they hit him again, but they only do like 2 damage per attack. Oh, hold on. Yeah, make sure to stack the attacks on the one that's already injured. That way they don't get as much healing from their regen. Pete's is actually taking more damage than Poyo is. Okay, took another 2 damage. So it seems like they only do about 2 damage at a time, which means it's going to take a while for us to chip them down. To chip Poyo down specifically, because we're actually trying to get Poyo killed. What we can do is we can actually just go we can go look for a more dangerous enemy group. Oh, there we go. Took some more damage. We can go look for we can intentionally look for a more dangerous enemy group, something that can kill Poyo quickly. Although when that happens, New Reg will get moved into the front row. I didn't think about that. And we don't want New Reg to die. We can go back to town. Yeah, I mean, there's no way we're going to get 250,000 gold to unequip the Ring of Death, so we're going to have to sacrifice Poyo. It's kind of funny that this encounter doesn't give as much experience as it used to. Like, 8,000 used to feel like a lot, but now the enemy groups on level 4 give significantly more experience. So if we wanted to train characters, we probably just would do it that way. I think the elevator's over here. Actually, don't know where I am. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna cast Do My Pick. Okay, where am I? Okay, the elevator is to the left of me, so I actually want to go to the right. This should be the way out. 5 orcs. This is good. More chances to get Poyo killed. Although they're probably just going to run away. Yeah, they're just going to run away because our group is actually pretty scary. Alright. I'm going to go back to town. I'm going to heal everyone except for Poyo, and then we'll come back. And I think I'll put New Reg. I think I'll put New Reg back at the tavern, because I realized that if Poyo dies, New Reg will get moved into the front row, and then New Reg can end up dying, which we don't want. We specifically don't want New Reg to die. Solara. Okay. Tavern. So we're going to put New Reg on the bench, and we're going to bring Poyo in with us just to get him killed really quick. Oh, and then we're going to have to take Reg back out because he's holding the items that I want to pass to VV. Right, so we just need to go look for something that can kill Poyo, and not kill the rest of our party. People are looking forward to having me exploring a little bit deeper now too. I like how the results on the poll have gradually changed over time. At the start, people actually really wanted me to grind for weapons, and then it gradually kind of started to get closer, and now it looks like people are more in favor of wanting me to explore, which is what I want to do anyway. But we have to get rid of we have to solve this Poyo situation, and then we'll go do some more exploring. I promise. Because if we can get this ring off of this guy, we can get 250,000 gold. I think it's worth getting a party member intentionally killed if we can get 250,000 gold. There should be encounters behind some of these doors. There we go. Okay, 6 Forkle bunnies. This should be enough to get Poyo killed. No, because they flee. Unfortunately, when you run into groups that are capable of fleeing and your level is high, they're mostly typically going to run away. It's kind of funny though, because Silvara and Pizza are getting good experience from this, so this isn't really a waste either. Alright, well if I can't get Poyo killed quickly or easily, I guess the alternate strategy would be to just send him back to the inn and then just not use him again for a while. I might even just get him killed off stream. But honestly, I think it's kind of interesting. Like, I want to know what happens with this deadly ring when the person wearing it dies, and I suspect that there are other people in here who would like to know that as well. That's why I feel inclined to actually test it and show the results on stream. Because if I just did that off stream, then you guys would never know like how it works or what happened. I think there's another encounter over here somewhere. Level 1 mage is not that dangerous by himself. He'll probably run away too. And plus, he can actually damage our other characters. We specifically want to find monsters that can damage Poyo and then not really damage our fighters. But then we also need to find monsters that won't run away. Okay, here we go. This is good. So let's start by killing the mage. And then by the time we finish chipping down the rest of this enemy group, Poyo will probably be dead. Let's see who gets the kill. Seems like they mostly like attacking pizza. I wonder if the enemy targeting is based on the party order. I know a lot of RPGs work this way. Like pizza is in the front spot, so pizza will get attacked the most. So if we put Poyo in the front spot, then Poyo will get attacked the most, maybe. It looks like the highwayman can flee, so I'm going to focus on attacking them first. Because I want to kill them before they run away. Yeah, the enemies are almost exclusively attacking pizza. Isn't that crazy? I wonder why they do that. Oh, okay, Poyo got hit pretty hard and paralyzed. Finally. Who hit them? It was a zombie. Well, obviously, yeah. I guess we can't give credit to one individual zombie because we don't have any way to separate them. But either way, they got hit for 6 damage and paralyzed. They're pretty close to death now. If they get hit one more time, they'll die. They're mostly attacking Pizza and Silvara, though. I think the scary thing is actually if they paralyze Pizza and Silvara, our party could actually wipe here. Like, they really do not want to attack Poyo. I don't know why, they just really don't like attacking Poyo. Can Poyo open it? No, Poyo can't open the chest. I'm gonna have Silvara open it and see what happens. No, that's too risky. It could be a paralysis chest. Oh, we can Calfo it. Okay, it's a poison needle. A poison needle I can actually open. Yeah, because I can just cure the poison. In fact, I'm pretty sure we can cure the paralysis as well if we really wanted to. It's, Dialco. Yeah. So now we got Poyo down to 2 HP. All we need to do is just get one enemy to attack them and actually hit them. And we should be fine. 5 gas clouds. Okay, I don't know how dangerous these things are. I think they cast priest spells. And they run away too, which is not good for us, because we don't want them to run. Man, Poyo has the luck of a demon. Like, I'm actively trying to get them killed, and they just will not die. There is something going on here, though, about the enemies preferring to attack Pizza more than anyone else. Let me put Poyo into the front position and see if he gets instantly killed, because that would definitely... I'm trying to remember how to move the party around. Don't really... Oh, here it goes. Okay, there we go. So if we put Poyo into the front position, will this cause enemies to attack them? Find out soon. I gotta be careful because I don't think I have a Duma pick. So I want to make sure I don't wander into any places that are, like, too confusing. This is good research, though. We can find out... I mean, I'll know pretty quickly. Like, if Poyo immediately starts getting attacked as much as Pizza was getting attacked before, that's going to tell us what we want to know. Which is whether or not the enemy groups have a priority on targeting the first character slot. Should be an... Yeah, okay. 5 orcs. Can they flee? They can flee, unfortunately, which means they're probably going to flee. Or we'll just kill them before they do anything. I mean, technically we're getting a little bit of experience. We can Calfo here. This is a Splinters trap. I think if I open a Splinters trap, it will actually damage everyone. Oh, in fact, I can have Poyo open the chest. Yeah, the whole party takes damage from Splinters. Hilariously, Poyo did not take damage. He dodged the Splinters trap. Oh my god, it is so hard to kill this guy. To be fair, he's level 4, and it was a level 1 trap. Still funny, though. Kobolds, they probably run away. Actually, we don't know. Funny enough, we don't have any information on them. I'm pretty sure they run, though. Alright. Let's see what they do. Yeah, they flee. They're definitely going to flee from a level 10 fighter. Yeah, this is tricky. I don't know how to get this guy killed. I think we have to go back to town and rest up Pizza and Silvara one more time. I still didn't see any information on what the Ring of Death actually does, other than just like getting stuck to your character. But like, does it give you a penalty? Does it drain? It doesn't seem like it's draining our HP or anything. All right, this will reset the encounters on the second floor. We can go back to the second floor now and easily get Poyo killed. And this will possibly allow us to loot the Ring of Death from his body, which will possibly allow us to sell it, maybe. 4 orcs. They're probably gonna run. Okay, they're attacking Silvara and fleeing. I'd be very curious to know how they choose which character to attack, because Pizza got attacked like 80% of the time before when he was in the front row. And I don't have enough information yet to check and see if Poyo's going to start getting attacked 80% of the time now. Or if that was just a coincidence. It could have just been a coincidence. It seems like running over here and opening the bronze door is the way to go, because you usually trigger multiple encounters. Pizza, Silvara, Poyo, Pizza, Pizza, Pizza. Yeah, okay, they just really like attacking Pizza. For whatever reason, they just really love attacking Pizza. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the party order. Maybe it has to do... Well, I don't know. I was thinking maybe it had to do with HP, but that wouldn't make sense either, because Pizza and Silvara have the same HP. Pizza's getting attacked way more. Poyo got hit for 1. Very close to being dead now. He's poisoned, and okay, he's dead. Now we can check to see if we can remove the Ring of Death from his body. And if not, we're just going to have to, I don't know, do something. I think there's actually a spell that removes... Is there a spell that removes cursed items? Maybe there is. You cannot give a cursed item to a different party member. Okay, and it is still equipped. It's cursed and it cannot be unequipped. Okay. So I don't think we can get rid of this Ring of Death. I think Poyo's just... Well, I don't want to get rid of him either, though, because the ring is worth a lot of money. So in theory, if we could somehow get this off of him without paying the cost, we could then sell it for the 250,000. But it seems like it comes down to the power, like the power of your bishop. Like when your bishop uses the identification command, it seems like there's some kind of chance for them to automatically equip a cursed item. And because this is a ring which can be equipped by a bishop, it seems like they will equip it automatically if they fail that check. Obviously we don't have 250,000 gold, so we can't do anything about that. What we can do is we can buy the gloves that I wanted for Silvara. That's going to reduce her AC to -1. It's going to make her even harder to hit. Yeah, see, if you can get rid of this thing, you could sell it for 250,000, but we can't do that with our current loadout. Alright, we're gonna go to the tavern. We're just gonna have to leave Poyo's body in the tavern for a while. We're gonna bring back... We need new reg, and we need Vivi, because we need to move some items around. Okay. He has... Actually, he doesn't really have any of the things that I need to give to Vivi. I think Silvara has it. Yeah, the Rod of Flame. We want to give that to Vivi. The Antidote. I mean, we can give it to Vivi, I guess. So you should be able to equip this now. Interesting. It's actually not a weapon. It's like it's an accessory. So it doesn't replace the staff that she has equipped. It's just like an extra thing that she equips. So she has a staff in one hand and she has a rod in the other hand. The main thing we want this for is the resistance against fire damage. I will probably never use it to cast Mahalito because Vivi can cast it anyway, and we don't want to have the 10% chance for it to break. I will sell the items that New Reg is holding. He's just got like a bunch of extra shields and stuff. Okay, so moving forward, New Reg is going to be our main bishop. We don't need him in the party right now. What we need to do is sort by level. Okay, so in the party we want Mavtato in the lead slot, Pizza, Silvara, Abaddon. The reason we like using Maid more than Burrito is because Maid has the multi-class abilities of an arcane character, whereas Burrito is just a straight-up thief. If Maid dies, we'll add Burrito back to the main party. And then for our mage, actually Vivi is right now our only mage, which is kind of crazy. Once she gets access to level 7 spell slots, we could consider multi-classing her into something else. Like, we could multi-class her into a thief, and then have her replace a maid. The main reason not to do that is because her age is already getting kind of high, and the more times you multi-class, the higher your age gets. So she will eventually die of old age if we keep multi-classing her. So for me right now, it makes more sense to just keep her as a mage and just, you know, use the awesome mage utility that she offers. Oh, there's actually a couple level 2 characters in the guild still. I didn't realize that. We have a fighter and a priest. We still haven't used Rusty very much since the very first stream. I want to look at our characters. I want to check something. There's a kill counter here. You can see how many enemies they've killed. Unfortunately, it doesn't count turn undead, which I really don't like. I think it would be really cool. Dispel undead. I think it would be really cool if priests got credit for every time that they cast Dispel Undead, because you can kill a ton of targets that way, and it does matter. Like, it helps a lot. It's just as good as any other AoE spell, but they don't get credit for it. Anyway, Mavtato has got 172. Pizza's on 215. Crazy. Silvara actually has 30 kills. It's because she spent most of her time leveling as a priest, where, like I mentioned, they don't actually get they don't get credit for very many kills. She will catch up eventually, especially when she gets to level 10 fighter and she gets her triple attack. Abaddon, hilariously, has only gotten a single kill, despite the fact that they contribute so much to the group with their priest spells. Maid is on 50 kills. This is going to keep going up because of their awesome AoE potential. Same with Vivi, 34 kills already. They're going to get even more as their AoE spells continue to get stronger. It looks like none of our levels are particularly close to going up. So let's go with the poll, which says that you guys want me to start exploring deeper. So we're going to go back to floor 4, and we're going to try to make some actual progress down on floor 4. We're going to try to explore a little bit down there. Before that, let me cast some buffs. So we want Meporphic. Ooh, we got 13 viewers. It's pretty good for a Wizardry stream. Welcome, lurkers. If it's your first time, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing great today. We did have chat-created characters, but that was a while ago. That was like the first couple streams. At this point, our party is pretty much finalized, and we don't have any more room. We don't have any more spaces in the guild roster. So unfortunately I can't keep making characters for every chatter who joins, because we wouldn't really get an opportunity to use your characters anyway. Mavtato, you're a lurker. True, but you've been here since the very first stream. Honestly, like, I usually lurk too. Like, when I go to streams, I normally lurk. I don't normally chat that much. Alright, we're going to turn on our magical light. We're going to go trigger the alarm. And we're going to think about what direction we want to go in. I want to check the other door and see what's over there. 4 gas dragons and 2 priestesses. So we kind of determined that the gas dragons are actually not as dangerous as we expected. The most dangerous thing about them is the fact that they can cast mage spells. But like other than that, they're actually not that dangerous. I'm actually thinking of doing something like this. Oh, we actually have full information on the priests already too. The only thing the priests have is just like priest magic. They don't do anything else. So let's drop a, maybe Dalto. How many Daltos do we have? I'm actually going to hold off here. I'm going to have Maid defend and have Phoebe cast the Dalto on the dragons and see what happens. See if we can take out one or more of them just with like a single Dalto. We actually took out like half of their group. Yeah, so like the gas dragons, they cast level 1 spells and they hit us for like 1 to 5 damage. They don't really do a lot to us otherwise. So we can just cast like a single Dalto to either kill or injure all of the dragons in the group, and then we can finish them off with melee attacks. This is going to conserve spell slots so that we can fight more encounters before needing to go back to town. And their breath weapon is like not that strong. It only deals about 2 damage. I mean, that will add up if we let them stay alive for too many turns. But with Pizza's triple attack, we can kind of burst them down pretty fast. Hey Charmander, welcome to the stream. You like listening to me ramble while you're doing other things. You have no idea what's going on in this game. This is actually the original dungeon crawler. It was created after Donkey Kong, but before any other game that featured the character named Mario. Pretty famous video game character that you might know about. So, I mean, this character, this is a remake of the original Wizardry, and it was made like based on top of the code of the original Wizardry game. So it's not like a remake where they like changed it into a modern game. All they did was like improve the graphics and add some quality of life features, but like the way the game works and everything that's in the game is like from a game that was created, you know, at basically the dawn of video game. So this is like video game history that we're playing today. Reg, you also felt like lurking hard today too. Mavtato, you also like lurking. You think my voice is very calm? I've actually heard that a lot before. A lot of people tell me some variation of that. Probably less true whenever I get into my salty mode, but I don't get salty when I'm playing Wizardry, so this is probably one of the more relaxing streams on my channel. Alright, so this is supposedly a treasure repository. I have a feeling we're going to go in here and it's going to be like a death room. This could honestly be a party wipe. I could see this being a party wipe because I have no idea what's in here, but I mean, you can just imagine, like, this is probably not a treasure repository. 1 rotting corpse. Interesting. This looks like a vampire or maybe like a ghoul. I'm actually gonna open up with attacks, and I want to cast Latium Epic. I really love this gameplay loop of exploring new areas, and whenever you encounter new monsters, you're always looking to learn about them, like learn what abilities do they have, learn how to fight them. I see, like, I don't have a lot of information on this enemy, but I can see that they can spawn in groups from 1 to 5, so this is not a boss. This is like a monster that can spawn in a group of 5. We just happen to spawn only one of them. So I'm not going to waste any of my high level spells here. I'm just going to try to identify him and then take him down with an attack. Which it looks like we got a little bit of information. They actually don't have a lot of HP either. So that is honestly just like a regular ghoul. Now, do we want to cast Calfo? I think so. I think this is worth a Calfo cast. So there was treasure in here. A 95% chance of a Blades Trap. We have a pretty good chance to disarm it. And inside was nothing, just gold. Okay. Interesting. So there wasn't really that much treasure in here. So it looks like The treasure repository is an encounter. It looks like this room here triggers an encounter. And last time we went into this room, we actually got a treasure chest too. So I want to check this room again. Maybe this room is actually like the real treasure repository. Okay, so these are rotting corpses, and they're definitely not that dangerous. So I'm just going to open up with regular attacks and use this opportunity to cast another Latuma pick on them. We have plenty of tier 3 spells available. Okay, we've identified them. It looks like their only special trait is that they have something. I don't know what... we still haven't figured out what this symbol is. They resist sleep. That's not a huge surprise. Almost every enemy in this game resists sleep. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to know what this symbol is. It just looks like a weird X shape. I'm trying to look at it up close and see and understand what it is, but as far as I can tell, it's just a weird X shape. The only thing I could think is like maybe it would be a multi-attack. Oh, check this out, by the way. Pizza hit Rotting Corpse 3 times for 23 damage. This is the power of the triple attack. You hit an enemy 1 time for 9 damage, you hit an enemy 3 times for 23 damage. That is so much stronger. I love multi-attack. I love fighters in Wizardry. It's like my favorite class. Especially because you can multi-class into fighter and keep all of your spellcasting ability. Yeah, it seems like when we fight in this room, we get a chest. So maybe these are just treasure rooms, and then the other room on the other side, we've already investigated. There's like a boss encounter over there. We don't know if the boss is going to spawn again. We can confirm that in a minute. I'm going to cast another Calfo here. This one's a teleporter. 77% chance to disarm. I do not feel confident taking a 77% chance to disarm, so I'm actually going to leave this chest, and I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to explain why. So let me bring up the map. Okay, so the way the teleporter trap works is that it can teleport you to any... If we fail to disarm it, so we had a 77% chance to disarm, so 100 minus 77. There was like a 23% chance for this trap to go off, okay? And teleporter is by far one of the worst traps to go off. What it could do is it could just like send us to a random place over here, and we would have no way to safely get all the way back to the elevator. It would be pretty much a guaranteed party wipe. The other problem is that not every square on here is a walkable tile. Some of these squares are walls, and if you get teleported into a wall, that is an instant party wipe. Your entire party just dies. You get teleported into a wall, you die. So I do not risk opening teleporter traps as a general rule. We stepped in the alarm. This is going to trigger another encounter. Let me check my characters. I'll go this way. 6 werebears. Okay, so we only got to explore a little bit that time, but that was just because it happened to be a dead end through the path that I wanted to take. I will refresh my spells, and then we'll go back and we'll do some real exploration. We can also use Mahalito on these enemies because they don't resist fire. That's good. If enemies don't resist fire, you can use Mahalito. It's a lot more cost efficient. It saves you higher tier spell slots. But there's a lot of fire resistant enemies where Mahalito does not work on them. Good thing is we wiped that encounter just in time too because Pizza got hit with paralysis. Oh, okay. That's it. This symbol right here, this X symbol, that's paralysis. So now we know that blue X symbol, whenever we see that, that means that an enemy has paralysis abilities. Luckily we have Dialco, the spell of softness. We can use that to cure Pizza. Now we do have to reorganize our party again. I think you do it. How do you even do it? Yeah, like this. For some reason, it's hard to move them. I don't know. The party like arranging the party thing doesn't really work that well in this game. It's weird. I'm just like mashing the buttons and it's like not doing anything. There we go. Okay. Unfortunately, the one I need to move is Pizza. Yeah, he's like not moving. So it's like really weird. Like it only moves like some of the time. You just have to like keep selecting the option over and over again until it works. I don't like it. The original Wizardry worked a lot better. Whenever you did change position, you could just reorder your entire party all at once. There we go. Okay, we got it. Finally. So we're gonna put Pizza back into the lead position. And then we have to put Abaddon back into this position. And, okay, so our party is back in the right order. So we're gonna head back to town, we're gonna rest one more time, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna do like a real... We're gonna do a real exploration on the next attempt. Reg, roll a 1d4. On a 1, it's a TPK. Yeah, it's like almost that bad. I mean, it really was, yeah, it was like a 23% chance to pretty much... I mean, there was a small chance that it might teleport us to a space where we could get back safely to the elevator and actually escape. But other than that, there was a pretty good chance that, you know, we would have either gotten teleported into a wall, or we would have gotten teleported into a position where the enemies would have grinded us down and we just would have died. Hey Marseos, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming today. Abaddon is here. How will he horrifically die? He almost got mauled by 4 giant dragons earlier on in the stream. We ran into a pretty insane encounter. It was 4 dragons, 5 dragonflies, which are actually more dangerous than dragons, and a group of enemy priests. We somehow got out of there. I have no idea how. We're getting ready to go on a more long-term expedition, so the chances of seeing another party member death are drastically going up right now. If there is going to be a death this stream, it's probably going to be on this next exploration. Let's heal up everybody before we go. And I think I'm pretty much ready. Because at this point, yeah, nobody is like close enough to gaining a level that it's worth it to just sit there and grind. I think it's a better use of our time to try and make a little bit of progress. And then, you know, we'll gain some experience along the way, and that will either give us a level or get us closer to a level where it would be worth it to grind. But right now, just grinding for like 20 minutes is not going to be worth it. Better to make like 10 or 15 minutes of progress. We're going to go back to the elevator. Oh, by the way, I have to have Silvara cast her spell. Maporfic is going to make it harder for enemies to hit us. Okay. We're going to take the elevator back down to the 4th floor. So... If you've been lurking and haven't been paying a lot of attention, this could potentially be a good time to focus on what's going on in the game, because I am right now getting ready to explore the monster, what is it called? Something center. It's over here on the right hand side. There's like a pretty dangerous room that we have not fully explored yet. First we have to get through these 4 gas dragons, and they surprised us, and they're hitting us hard. Perfect. Great start. I'm going to have Maid cast Dalto here, and I'm going to save Vivi's spells for later. Vivi is actually faster. She's our fastest spellcaster, so I want to save her spells for when we get into like a dangerous encounter with a huge group of deadly enemies. Dalto is going to wipe out all of those dragons, in fact, so the slow cast worked to our favor, to our advantage. Okay, so this is the monster allocation center. So this, I guess, is where they take monsters and like move them out to populate the rest of the dungeon, which is kind of a funny concept. Before we go through the door, I'm going to cast a Dial, a Dial to get Silvara's health back up. So I don't know if this is going to trigger a boss encounter again. The first time we went through this door, there was a boss encounter. It might not be guaranteed every time, but it might be guaranteed every time. So we're about to find out. We have the gold key. Okay, there is a boss, and it does spawn. It looks like it's not always the same encounter. This time we did get a high ninja, 2 high priests, and 2 mages, but there aren't any fighters this time. Last time it seemed like our melee line was enough to take out the enemy ninja. In fact, I'm actually going to have Silvara cast Latumapic. And no, the only thing I don't like about casting Latumapic here is that we can't aim it at a specific enemy. What I'll do is have Abaddon use inspection on the ninja. And then we need made. What I want to do is have Vivi cast Dalto on the enemy mages. It seemed like on the previous attempt, Dalto on the mages was enough to wipe them out before they could cast any spells. Okay, it works. So it seems like casting Dalto on the enemy mage group works pretty consistently. Now the main oh my god, Mavtato just died. What happened? High Priest cast Body. High Priest kills Mavtato. Let's see how and why that happened. I think Body must be an instant death spell. One spell list. If I remember, I mean, obviously based on what just happened, there's a pretty good chance that I'm right. Divine spells. Body. Yeah, it's a death spell. It's a level 5 death spell. It basically just instantly kills the target. Now, what's very interesting is that Mavtato, as a level 9 character, had a 90% chance to resist that spell. So there was basically a 10% chance for that spell to kill Mavtato, and they instantly got killed. That really sucks for us. We can potentially revive Mavtato. We have enough gold at this point that reviving characters is worth it. The tricky part is that the High Ninja has instant death on his melee attacks, and these High Priests can also cast instant death spells. So, like, I thought the Ninja was the dangerous one, and I think these Priests are actually the more dangerous group. Probably the scariest thing is that they also have a lot of HP, so we're not going to get rid of them very fast. It's going to take us a while to get rid of them. It's going to take us multiple attacks. What I will do, I'm going to immediately cast a double Dalto on the Priests and hope that this can wipe them out before they get a chance to cast another instant death. The problem is they just don't take that much damage from it. Yeah, they just have a lot of HP. Now they're casting damage spells on our party, and they just hit somebody. The Ninja just hit Abaddon extremely hard. Luckily, he did not trigger instant death on Abaddon. Now, here's the actually really scary part. We have to get back out of here alive. And we only have 5 party members. And in order to get back to the elevator, we have to step on the alarm again. Which means we're going to have to trigger an encounter against a dangerous enemy group on the way back out. So we did not make any progress. The only thing that happened was that Mavtato instantly got killed. This is pretty bad. This is close to a potential party wipe. Ooh, that's a really bad DL too. We need like good heals here. We're getting like bad heals. We're getting like very mediocre heals. Okay, that was a good, decent one. Savara has a couple of heals. We'll heal Pizza back up. That was a good heal. Okay, we really needed that. I need Silvara to cast one on herself. Okay, that was a good heal. Let me make a poll. Let me see if you guys want me to revive Mavtato or roll a new on your character. People do want me to focus on exploration, but I can't do that when my party members are dying. Should we revive Mavtato? Revive. Don't revive. I'm actually fine either way on this one. A well-trained fighter, I think, has... Okay, so a samurai like Mavtato, especially with max stats, we rolled a really good stats on Mavtato, has probably the best long-term prospects, because she's going to have all of the value of a fighter, but she's also going to have a arcane spell list, which increases gradually over time. But in the short term, a strong fighter will be better than a samurai, because the fighter is going to level up more quickly, which is going to allow them to get their triple attack sooner. The counter argument is that Mavtato is already level 9, which means, you know, they're pretty close to getting their triple attack anyway. It looks like it's actually split 50-50 right now. Yeah, you still want me to do permadeath unless I can revive them with my own characters, like not using the temple or anything like that. It's a tough call. It's probably a good chance to cast a Lactum Epic. And I can slow cast a Mahalito here. I don't think these enemies are super dangerous. We got pretty lucky on this alarm. This seems like the least dangerous enemy group we've run into on one of these alarms. Yeah, they were not dangerous at all. Okay, we still have to run though. We have to get out of here. Ooh, Sylvara's ready to level up. Hopefully we get more than 2 votes on this poll, and we can get an opinion on what people want me to do before I get back to town with regards to the Mavtato situation. Otherwise, if we're thinking of a tiebreaker, I'm probably leaning towards just leaving Mavtato dead for now. I won't delete them from the roster, but I will leave them dead for now. That gives a chance to showcase more characters, and I did say at the beginning of this run that I was kind of leaning more towards doing like an Iron Man style, or like only reviving characters if I actually learned the spells for revival, which we haven't learned any spells like that. And I think there are spells on that. Let me check actually. I can actually check that information right now. Wizardry 1 spells database. Rebirth. Yeah, so D. Yeah. Okay, so there's a level 5 spell called D, which can actually revive the dead. Although it is percentage based, so there is a chance that the character gets turned to ashes. And then if they get turned to ashes, the only way to bring them back is to use Kadorto, which also has a failure chance. It looks like Abaddon actually has a chance of learning the revival spell on their next level up. So I think what we should do is we should put Mavtato in the guild hall and level up Abaddon, and that will give Abaddon a chance to potentially revive Mavtato. Now the chance for revival is Vitality, which is 18 times 4, which is 72. So there's a 72% chance to revive Mavtato. I think that's the more fun way to do it. Unless people are voting that they want me to bring back Mavtato, which it doesn't look like. It looks like the poll is still tied. So we actually did get more votes, but it's still tied. So what I'll do, I think the best middle ground is to go with the Abaddon route. So our goal now should be to level up Abaddon to level 9. That will give us the ability to cast a spell that we could potentially revive Mavtato, which I think is good because it's not guaranteed to succeed, and it relies more on the merits of our own strength instead of just paying money to revive a character whenever they die. With that said, we need to remove Mavtato from the party for the time being, and we need to replace them with a new fighter. So let's look at what kind of fighters and samurais we have. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of great fighters. We have Passamon, which is kind of funny. Passamon has been here since the first stream. Chris 2 is here as well. Mavtato, you obviously voted for yourself to be alive again. I mean, that's fair. So it looks like our best options are Chris and Passamon. Between these two, Chris is the better one, it looks like. It's kind of amusing because elves aren't usually the best fighters. Alright, so let's do this. So we're going to add Pizza, Silvara, Chris. We're going to sort by level. We're going to add Abaddon, Maid, and Vivi. This will give us an opportunity to level up Chris and to level up Abaddon. Once Abaddon has leveled up, we will attempt to revive Mavtato, and that will determine whether or not we're going to get Mavtato back. Silvara, good level up, although once again she just got plus 1 HP. She's actually pretty low on HP. Like a level 9 fighter. Fighters have... God, how much do they even have? by the way, there's a gear database on this site. Let me see if I can find the Ring of Death. I want to see if it does anything specifically. Ring of Death. It's not listed there. Maybe it's under armor. Or... oh, ring. Okay, here. No. No. Close this list. Okay, so it would be under armor. Ring. Search. Ring. What just happened? The page just refreshed for some reason. Ring. Okay. For some reason, every time I try to search, it just refreshes the page. Ring. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll just scan through the list manually, I guess, until I find it. Ring of Death. Okay. Here's what it does. It gives regen -3. I don't know if that does anything. I guess it just offsets like regeneration effects. So if you have the Ring of Death equipped, you can never get regeneration effects. It's actually not like it's not like really a death sentence. All right, let's get back to what we were doing. Abaddon, I need you to rest up. Maid, I need you to rest up. Vivi, I need you to rest up. And we have items. I think Maid is holding them. You can give these items to Chris. We still did not get the longsword +1, which is the one thing I really wanted. Let's go to Boltax. No, not the temple. Yeah, we have Maptato and Poyo, who are both dead now. Alright, let's go to Boltax. We're going to sell the extra items that Chris is holding. You've finally been rewarded for your lurking ways. You finally got to come off the bench and actually go into the maze. Now let's see how quickly you die. Because I am going right back down to the 4th floor. Looks like people are leaning more on the side of reviving Maptato, so I want to try to use Abaddon's resurrection spell, because that will actually save us gold anyway. Oops, I took the wrong stairway. If I use Abaddon's resurrection spell, it will also save us gold anyway. So even if we're gonna do it, this is the smarter way to do it, presuming that we can actually level Abaddon up safely without anyone else getting killed. What I have learned is that I do not want to go through that door until probably all of my characters are level 10. This should remove the 10% chance to get killed by body, because level 9 characters have a 10% chance to get killed. And honestly, the scary thing is, like, Vivi, Maid, and Abaddon all had a 20% chance of getting killed if they were the ones who got targeted. So we got pretty lucky that they did not target the characters who they had a 20% chance of inflicting instant death on. I'm going to cast Meporthic for Magic Shield. I'm going to cast Lamilwa for some light. I'm going to go back over here. I'm spamming Lamilwa, aren't I? Yeah, I just spammed Lamilwa. This game has a weird control thing where if you press the button to confirm something, sometimes you can accidentally spam cast the spell. I gotta really find a way to work around that. So if I go here, and then I walk through this door, the alarm still goes off, okay. Thankfully we surprised the monsters. I'm going to have Maid... No, I'm not. You actually can't cast spells on surprise rounds. Okay, because I want to kill these ninjas quickly, I'm going to have Vivi cast a... Is this worth the Dalto? Probably. I'm not going to be able to fight very many encounters before I have to leave, so I'll just use Dalto here for the higher damage. This should allow Chris to survive the encounter and get some good experience. I would love it if Abaddon could reach level 9. Alright, we're going to cast Calfo. 95% certain that there's no trap. In this situation, I'm comfortable going for a teleporter disarm. And inside was a helm. It could be a +1 helm. +1 helm can spawn on this floor. Silvara can cast Latimofis to cure pizza. Okay, so what I've determined is that after you step on the alarm, if you walk through this door, it will trigger an alarm encounter, but you can spawn a chest. Unlike a normal alarm encounter, which seems like they don't spawn chests. Now we're going to have to fight another alarm encounter on the way back out. And if we do, I want to see if that will get Abaddon a level up. Probably one more fight will get Abaddon a level up. Unless it's like a really weak monster. 6 huge spiders. I don't think we've seen these yet. Oh, we have. We've seen these before. It seems like they're actually pretty weak. They're level 2 enemies. And we surprise them too. We can probably beat them just by spamming attack. I think in the interest of safety, though, I'm going to have Vivi cast a quick Mahalito for like 18 damage per spider on average. Yeah, we can wipe them out quickly and not risk anything. Alright, if Abaddon's not ready to level up, I'm going to intentionally trigger one more encounter. It looks like I have to do that. Alright, so let's trigger one more encounter. Step on the alarm one more time, and we're going to go here. Oh, Maid is ready to level up too. This is going to be good. Alright, 6 coyotes and 3 were-rats. The coyotes are pretty weak. The were-rats I'm less sure about. We still don't really know a lot about them, but they didn't seem too threatening. Well, we know the coyotes are... No, actually, they're actually level 4. Let's attack the coyotes. And try to identify the were-rats. Yeah. Didn't learn anything new. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to keep attacking the coyotes. And then I'm going to cast a Mahalito on the were-rats. Because it seems like their HP is relatively low. Yeah, a single Mahalito will usually wipe out most or all of them. We still didn't get any information on the were-rat, unfortunately. If we can kill just the coyotes, we might be able to investigate the were-rat, though. So let's do that. Because it doesn't seem like he can run away. If he could run away, I think he would have done so already. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to guard, and I'm going to cast a Latium Epic, and then I'm going to have the rest of my characters guard. This should allow us to get information on him. Okay, so now we know he has no special traits at all. So it's literally just a monster with HP and basic attacks. That's probably why he gives relatively low experience too. Because as far as I understand it, the experience formula in this game, enemies tend to give a ton of experience if they have spellcasting ability or if they have magic resistance. Okay, Abaddon's ready to level up, Chris is ready to level up, Maid is ready to level up. This is a really good time to go back. This will also give us a chance to potentially revive Mavtato. We're gonna go this way. Ooh, bubbly slimes. Let me check something really quick. Interesting. Alright, there's a pretty good chance we're going to be able to at least make an attempt at reviving Abaddon right now. Using Abaddon to revive Mavtato now. Hey Mirror Fanboy, welcome to the stream. Sorry you're late, you've been very busy recently. What have you been busy doing? What have you been up to? Anything interesting or fun? Mavtato died. We're based on the results of the poll, which are actually, it's back to a 50-50 split again. But I'm thinking we're going to try to have Abaddon revive them. If we can learn a revival spell, which actually there's no guarantee that we can even learn the revival spell. But we have a chance to learn a revival spell right now. We're also going to see Chris 2 is going to start getting some level ups. So right now, this is the big one. At level 5, they're going to get multi-attack. They also got 3 HP and a universal stat level up. That's great. Surprisingly, they actually didn't get enough experience to level up twice, despite being a low-level character. Okay, Abaddon, this is a big one. We're really looking for a spell called D. We're really hoping for D here. If we get D, we have a chance to revive Maftedo. We got... looks like we got everything except for D. We got Latumapik, we got Dialma, we got Badialma, we got Litokan, and we got Badi. We did not get D. So we missed the one spell that we're looking for. We did gain agility, which is really good. So we're not going to be able to revive Maftedo anytime soon. Maid is just kind of gaining levels, which give them an increased chance for disarming and identifying traps. We want them to level up their agility stat. That's the big one. Vivi, we just need to recover some spell points. Okay. So unfortunately, unless I'm misreading things, I don't think we can cast a resurrection spell yet. Yeah, so we have Death. We have Flame Tower. Hurt Greatly. And Great Cure. Great Cure is going to be very helpful for healing a bunch of damage at once. Also, I love the fact that because we learned so many spells, we also got a ton of spell points. So we can actually cast a lot of spells with Abaddon now. We're going to have to get Abaddon to level 10 or 11 before we can start thinking about reviving dead characters. Mirror Fanboy, you've been preparing for a Dungeons & Dragons campaign that you're running, and it's coming up soon. Well, that sounds fun. I have a lot of experience as a dungeon mastering or being a dungeon master. I actually have a server where I play tabletop games with my friends. Although we don't play Dungeons and Dragons, we play some homebrew stuff. But and right now what we normally do, it's not exactly a campaign. It's more like a series of one-shots that all take place in the same region, and all of the characters are like members of the same adventuring guild. But you can have multiple characters, and whenever somebody posts a quest, you can send like whichever character you want instead of having to use the same character every time. But anyway, long story short, I have a quest that I have posted that's going to be happening in about 3 weeks, so I have to get that ready as well, so that I can host a quest. Anyway, Badialma is a pretty decent single target damage spell. Litokan is like... It's kind of weird because it's a level 5 priest spell, but it has the damage of like a level 3 mage spell, but I guess mages are supposed to be better at damage than priests. And then you have Badi, which is you can cast instant death on monsters. I don't really like casting Badi. I feel like the success rate isn't particularly high, but one thing about it, and I might need to go check a Data-Driven Gamers page again, but I'm pretty sure the one good thing about Badi is that it's not stopped by spell resistance. It's literally just like a straight up instant death check. Let me check Badi. The chance to resist Badi is level times 10. Is there any other notes on it though? Like about the about how it interacts with spell resistance? I don't see any specific notes on it. I feel like I read that somewhere before, but I don't know it for sure. Let me check death. Yeah, there's 5 different saving throw types: Death, Petrify, Wand, Breath Weapons, and Spells. So Death resistance is different than Spell resistance. Death resists the effects of Poison, Paralysis, and Instant Death. Which means that enemies with Poison resist Death... well, maybe... I don't know if enemies with Poison resist will actually resist Death effects. It's hard to... I don't know for sure. But either way, I'm pretty sure magic resistance won't stop Badi. So there will always be like a something % chance to instantly kill the enemy. The problem is, and I have to look up Badi again now for the formula. Yeah, so the chance to resist is based purely on the level of the target, which means that most monsters like are going to have something, they're going to be like level 4 or level 5, which means I'm only going to have like a 50% chance to instant kill them. So I don't like casting Badi. It feels like a waste of a spell cast. With that being said, we're going to have to go right back into the maze. How much HP does Chris have? 28. It's actually pretty low. Chris doesn't have a lot of HP. It makes me feel like we can't explore as much as I want to right now because we don't have a high enough level fighter to hold the front line. Pram, you missed a death. Yes, Mavtato got killed by an instant death spell, which actually had a 10% chance of killing them, but it happens. We're trying to level up Abaddon right now. If Abaddon can learn a resurrection spell, we have, it is 18 times 4. We have a 72% chance of reviving Mavtato, but we have to level up Abaddon. Unfortunately, they didn't get it. They had a chance to get it at level 9, but they didn't learn it, so we have to keep leveling them up until they learn the spell. Whenever you level up, there's like a chance to gain spells, but there's not really any way to like guarantee that you'll get the exact spell that you want. It's a really, honestly, I think it's a pretty interesting system, the fact that it works that way. Anyway, let's cast Lamilwa. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that enemy boss group again, which means we're kind of walled right now. So our only options are to either fight encounters here against the alarm to try and gain experience and gain, which actually we need a lot of experience to level up Abaddon again. So we can either fight encounters here to try and gain experience and try and get magic items, or I'm not sure. We can pay gold to revive Mavtato if people want us to do that. I'm going to go in here. 3 dragons. We can definitely beat dragons. It's interesting that they're not showing up. That means I think these are different than the gas dragons. Yeah, these are dragon puppies. Which is kind of funny. They give a lot of experience, which means they might be pretty dangerous. I'm going to go against my instincts here, and I'm going to cast Latumapik. Can Abaddon cast it yet? Yes, Abaddon can cast it. I'm actually going to cast it twice. And I'm going to drop a Mahalito just to see what happens. Okay, we got some information. They're level 5. They have a very strong breath weapon. They don't seem to resist fire. We didn't get a lot of information on them. Alright, so the scary thing is for sure their breath weapon. Yeah, they have some kind of breath weapon, and it's not fire, because Vivi would have resisted it. They didn't seem to resist my fire effect. And it looks like casting Latumapik twice in the same turn doesn't do anything, so I have to keep that in mind in the future. I'm actually going to have you cast Latumapik again. And I want you to cast... Honestly, let's double cast Mahalito and just try to wipe these enemies before they can do anything. Okay, we got information on them. We didn't learn anything though. I didn't see any new information get added. It said we learned information, but I didn't see anything new get added. Alright, let's cast Calfo. This is a no trap chest. Whenever it says no trap, I always try to disarm the teleporter. This means there is a... So basically, Calfo has a 5% chance of failing, so a 77% chance of a 5% chance. There's basically a 3% chance for us to get hit by a teleporter trap following this sequence of actions, which I'm okay with those odds. It's actually a little bit lower than that because I have a 79%. I thought it was still 77. Did we get any rare items? No, no rare items this time. Okay. We have to heal our characters back up now. Good deal. Just because if we trigger another encounter of enemies with breath weapons... Oh, that's like the worst possible deal. No, it's not the worst possible, but that was pretty bad. The lowest possible DL healing is 2. We just got 3 healing. It's almost as bad as it gets. Can I cast it one more time? Yes. Should I cast it one more time? I think Silvara should cast it. Because I don't have a lot of spell points, I need to kind of spread it out and have like multiple different characters cast these spells. Okay, the alarm's going to go off. We're going to trigger one more encounter. A gas dragon and 1 priestess. We can actually handle this pretty well. They did surprise us, but... So they have magic, and honestly, I think enemy priests are like among the most dangerous. Although this priest is only level 3. which means they don't have super dangerous spells. I think this dragon is actually more dangerous because it can cast level 3 mage spells, which means it could cast Mahalito, in theory. Maybe this is a time to use Dialma. No, Bad Dialma. I'm gonna try casting Bad Dialma on the Priestess and see what happens. Never mind, we just got silenced. Yeah, this is like the only dangerous or annoying thing that the priestess, the level 3 priestess can do, is silence our party members, which is fine. I think if you get silenced, you actually don't waste any spell slots. Pram says, can I keep one? You always wanted a dragon puppy. I want to see what their breath weapon was. I think it was ice breath, if I had to guess, but I'm not sure. Chris 2 is ready to level up, so let's head back. We can hopefully get some HP. It's already 8:30. I don't necessarily have to end the stream early today, but I don't want to stay up too late. I was hoping that we could have learned the revival spell and attempted the revival before ending the stream, but I don't think that's going to happen because Abaddon is still pretty far away from the next level up, and even if we could guarantee that we were going to get it, like within a reasonable amount of time, they're not guaranteed to learn the spell that we want when they level up either. Chris didn't really get anything too amazing. They got 1 HP. They got a couple stat ups. Actually, 16 strength is a pretty big deal. 16 strength is a benchmark. That's going to give them +1 attack and +1 damage on their multi-attack. So that was actually a decent level up. Better than it looks. It looks like an unimpressive level up. Honestly, what we really want is for Chris to get an HP level up though. Because so I've explained this before on previous streams, but in Wizardry, every time you level up, the game actually recalculates your HP. So Chris's HP, for example, should be fighters. I think fighters. Hold on a second. Let me be 100% sure how much HP fighters get. Agility, luck, saving throws, max level, hit calculation, armor class, heal points. No, that's not it. Wizardry, priest, spells, thievery, ninjutsu. Oh yeah, okay, so fighters get 10. So because Chris is level 6, they could potentially have anywhere between 6 and 60 HP before factoring in their vitality. So Chris's maximum HP could actually be 60. The average is 33. And then on top of that, they get a bonus from their vitality, which is... Chris does not get a bonus from vitality because their vitality doesn't give a modifier. So Chris should have around 33 HP right now. They technically have 29. Every time Chris gains a level, this value is re-rolled. So if we roll a 6, what happens is they just give us +1. If I rolled like a 27, it would just give us a +1. But if I roll any value above 29, it gives us the new value. So eventually, if you level up enough times, what's going to happen is you're gonna roll like a high value. So like when we get to level 7, like maybe we'll roll like 68 HP, and then our HP will massively jump from 29 all the way to 68. That's what is known as like an HP level. Let's go right back into the maze. The good thing is Chris can actually handle these encounters. Like, you only need to be a level 5 or 6 fighter to handle these encounters. The part I don't like is that Abaddon's not gaining as much experience as I would want. Yeah, like it's gonna take us a little while. Well, let's see. 81 minus 49 is 32. We're gaining like a few thousand experience per encounter. If we get a few encounters worth like 9,000 experience, we could maybe level up in like 4 or 5 more battles. But the problem is some of the encounters are only giving us like a few thousand experience, and so it could take like 10 more battles, 10 or 20 more battles, and we have to keep going back to rest to like almost after every 1 or 2 battles. So the grinding process here is not particularly fast. I want Meporphic. I want Lamilwa. And I do not feel confident bringing Chris into the monster chamber, monster allocation chamber. What I do like is checking this room and getting treasure chests every time we check it. Unfortunately, we got surprised by monsters that can poison us, and they did immediately poison us. That was unlucky. We're gonna hit them with a Mahalito. Should be good enough to either wipe their group or leave them with just a few injured remaining. Yeah, 1 injured remaining. Alright, we're gonna have to cast 2 poison heals. Yeah, so, like, that was only 700 experience. I'm actually fine. I actually want to inspect here. I don't want to waste Calfo charges. It's a gas bomb. I don't know, I haven't really seen any gas bombs, but it was an exploding box, yeah. And Vivi just died. Remember when I said that I was willing to risk using the inspection command instead of casting Calfo? And then Vivi died because we opened an exploding box, because Maid was wrong about what was in the chest, because I used the inspect command instead of casting Calfo, and we still don't have our revival spell. Alright, we have 1 revival. People have voted for revive instead of voting for don't revive. We have 1 revival. Who should we revive? Maftato or Vivi? That was really unlucky, by the way. That was really unlucky. So there was like a 20% chance for us to fail to identify that trap, and then even if we failed to identify it, like what the trap actually was, it didn't necessarily need to be an exploding box. And even if it was an exploding box, it wasn't necessarily going to do enough damage to kill Vivi. Like, so many things needed to go wrong there for Vivi to die. That was pretty bad. All right, let's start healing our party. We can use Latimofis to remove the poison effects. Then we can use Dial to start getting our HP back up. Rest in pieces. Yeah, they got destroyed by that exploding box. I can't believe that dealt 24 damage. I'm going to cast a Dios here on Maid. Yeah, because there's a pretty good chance we can heal Maid up. Man, Vivi got really screwed over there. Vivi got really screwed over. That trap should not have killed Vivi. Even setting off that trap, which was a small chance of happening, I think the chance of her getting killed was pretty small too. Because the damage from an exploding box on this floor should have been 4 times something. So if it was 4 times 6, 24 was actually the maximum damage, which means it was a max damage roll. If it's 4 times 8, then the max damage was 32, which means the average was 16, which means it dealt way more than the average amount. And I don't think it's 4 times 10. But even in that case, the average would still be less than 24. So I don't know. I'm actually going to use Dialma here, because there aren't really any level 5 spells that I want to cast, but there actually are level 4 spells that I want to cast. So I actually think Dialma, weirdly enough, has less value. And it's also more likely to heal Chris back up to full. Alright, we're going to have to get out of here. Looks like people mostly favor reviving Vivi, which is... I would rather revive Vivi as well. Vivi is way more valuable to the party because of her wide-range AoE attacks. She can help us grind up other party members and other fighters. Maftato can't really do that. They can just, like, stand in the front row. These guys don't have any special traits. Yeah, we really got screwed by that exploding box. We got RNG festival there. It was an RNG fiesta. Not really getting much experience either. We did not get anything out of that adventure. We got a pathetic amount of experience, and Vivi got blown up. And we didn't get any treasure either. Because the treasure in... the the treasure inside the box also exploded, so we literally got nothing from doing all that. All right, I'm gonna pay money to try and revive Vivi, and then we will wait on Mavtato until we get a resurrection spell. I think that's fair. And also, there's a chance that Vivi could just get turned to ashes anyway. So it's not like this is a guarantee. It looks like people mostly want to see Vivi get revived. So let's go with that. This is gonna be our first I think this is gonna be our first on-screen temple revival. Unless we might have done one on the last stream too. I think people voted on just allowing it because we didn't want to keep like grinding characters back all the way up to level 10 over and over again. All right, moment of truth. Is Vivi going to revive or is she going to turn to ash? Invoke. She turned to ash. We're not getting Vivi back anytime soon. Maybe never. Man, Vivi just got destroyed by multiple layers of RNG. That was a 20% chance to identify the wrong trap, followed by an extreme high roll on her damage roll. Like, that was probably at least in the top 20, like 10 to 20% of damage. We'll say 20. Like, top 20% of damage. Like, whatever the damage roll was on that exploding box, it was at least like in the top 20% of the damage range. Then on top of that, she also failed her saving throw, by the way. We should probably take note of that fact. She had a 30% reflex save. So that's another 70% chance for things to have gone this way. And then on top of all of that, her vitality is 8. So there was a 32% chance to successfully revive her. So 0.04 times 0.7 times 0.68. This was probably about a 1% chance for every possible thing to go wrong for Vivi to die the way that she did. Like, that went about as bad as it possibly could. Now, I will say this about Vivi. She has never been a particularly good character. She entered the game with average stats. The only thing that she really had going for her was that over enough time, she gained enough levels that she had a lot of powerful spells. But in theory, we actually could have had we could have had a stronger mage in the same slot. So her dying the way that she just did is not the end of the world. It just means that we're going to train up another mage to replace her, who's honestly probably going to be better. Having said all of that, hold on a second. I need to clear out her inventory, especially the good items. I'm probably not super motivated to start grinding up another mage and another fighter immediately, especially on stream. I don't think everybody wants to watch me do that for the next several hours. And it is 9 o'clock, so I'm probably going to take this opportunity to end the stream. What I will do is, before I end the stream, we can look at our existing mages to see if we want to use one, which I think actually we don't have any mages, if I'm remembering correctly. Vivi was our only mage. Oh no, we have James. Oh no, we have a couple. We have James and Carlos. So I'm going to look at these mages and think if any of these are worth using. James actually looks pretty good. James looks pretty good. Carlos doesn't look that great. I think we could take James off the bench and use James. I don't think we have to roll up a new character. I think James works here. Yeah, I'm going to add James to the party. Okay, so James is our new primary mage. You never get tired of my eulogies. R.I.P. Poor Vivi. Yeah, honestly, my eulogy is just me sitting here talking about all the reasons why Vivi wasn't that great, unfortunately. But I'm trying to make the best of a bad situation. I'm not trying to like diss Vivi, but all right. So let's give James the Rod of Flames, and I guess I'll give them the Staff and Robe, so they probably already have a set. Okay, so we're gonna look at James's inventory. We're going to equip the Rod of Flames, and then we're going to sell our extra items. Honestly, not having Vivi is going to make it much harder for us to grind, though. It's going to make it much less safe for us to go back down to floor 4. Like, if we go back down to floor 4 right now, there's a good chance that James will just immediately die. And I don't want that to happen. So what I'm probably going to do is, well, honestly, let's do a little bit of on-stream grinding. I don't have to just exclusively do off-stream grinding. I'll head back. You know what we can do is we can actually go to maybe, I don't know, James's HP is pretty low. I'm trying to think of the best thing to do. How close is James to a level up? Pretty close. Let's go to... This is so scary. You know what? I'm gonna YOLO it. Let's go to the 4th floor. Let's go to the 4th floor and see if we can clear 2 encounters. Because if we can do that, we can come back and James can gain probably 1 or even 2 levels. That can be pretty fun. And if he dies, you know, oh well, it's funny. But if he makes it back, he will be a hero. And then, like, worst case scenario, I could just grind up a replacement mage off stream. But if we can get him down to the 4th floor, if he can become a Dragon Slayer as a level 4 mage, I think that would be pretty awesome. And he has good stats too. He has high intelligence and high agility. Those are like the 2 stats that a mage really cares about. Let's do it. Yeah, all risk. Hopefully reward. Let's cast our buff spells. Don't forget to do that. We need Meporphic. Oh, we never rested Silvara. Hold on, we gotta go back to town. Sorry, guys. I'm not intentionally sandbagging. I'm not intentionally throwing. I just straight up forget all the time to rest and recover my spell points. I should have noticed too, because multiple of my characters are still not on full health. We got 16 concurrent viewers. Welcome to the stream, everybody. That's really good for a Wizardry stream. Most people, I would say like 99% of my subscribers do not care if I do anything other than playing Fire Emblem. In fact, specifically playing Fire Emblem Awakening. Even if I play other Fire Emblem games, I tend to get less views, and like a game like this is pretty low on the list. But seeing people actually showing up for the stream is pretty hype. And we're also getting likes too. We got 8 likes already. Alright, now we're ready to go explore. The good thing about James is that he does have the Rod of Flame, which gives him resistance to breath weapons, specifically the fire breath from the dragonflies. So it's not super, like we don't really have to worry about him getting killed by dragonflies just breathing fire on him. Charmander, you love all of my streams? That's awesome, thank you so much. Actually see, you know what's really interesting? I actually see a lot of people who come to my streams with Pokemon usernames. Like, there's someone called something Skitty, there's a Charmander, I know I've seen other ones, I've seen other people with Pokemon usernames who show up to my streams. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, Pram, it is specifically just Awakening. Like, the Fire Emblem 4 streams don't really... My Fire Emblem 4 streams don't get that much activity. My GBA streams, like Fire Emblem 6, 7, and 8, never really got that much activity, although that was when I had lower subscribers. Now that I have more subscribers, it's possible that maybe my Fire Emblem 6, 7, or 8 streams could potentially get more views. But I don't really care that much. I'm not like obsessed with getting views. It's just an observation. Chris, I definitely didn't forget to like until now. Yeah, unfortunately, as a YouTuber, you have to say it to make people like your videos. I hate it. I hate saying it. It feels so cringe. Alright, moment of truth. Let's see if James can survive not just 1, but 2 encounters. So the first encounter is 6 huge spiders. We can definitely handle 6 huge spiders. This is a good start. This feels like a winnable encounter. I'm going to cast Catino. Potentially put the spiders to sleep. It actually worked on several of them. Do they have sleep resistance? They actually don't have sleep resistance. One of the few enemies that I've encountered that don't have sleep resistance. So this is good. James doesn't have very many spells. Catino is one of the spells that actually helps a lot with this encounter. So his first fight went extremely well for him. He actually shows up pretty good here. You want to take back your view now that you realize that I'm not playing Fire Emblem Awakening? Hate Queen says, get dungeon crawled. Yeah, I mean, we got the full dungeon crawling experience. Yeah, so we have basically an 85% chance to identify a chest correctly, and we identified a chest incorrectly. Then Vivi failed her saving throw. Then she took a max damage exploding box. Then she failed to revive and got turned to ashes. Like, come on. Like, how did that happen? How did we let Vivi die? That was like a 1% chance of bad RNG. Okay, we're going to use Calfo this time. I'm not relying on an 84% chance anymore. I'm going to cast Calfo every time. Then I'm going to do this. I'm going to disarm the teleporter, which is not actually there, but it's just a small chance in case it is a teleporter. Didn't get any items, that's fine. We have to do one more encounter now in order to get back out safely. It is 5 priestesses. This is a relatively tough one. They can cast silence, but they can't actually really do much else. So it's not as bad as it looks. They don't have any of the really dangerous spells like instant death. The scary thing is we don't have Vivi anymore. I'm going to Dalto here. I want to wipe them out quickly. Nice. Great Dalto. Hyrule Dalto. Let the paranoia and fear fester in you, says Pram. I mean, that's pretty much how you have to play if you don't want to let characters die. Also, man, that was not as worth it as it could have been. James did not even get a level from those 2 encounters. We just risked James's life, and he didn't even gain a level. Should we do one more? I'm going to do one more. This is how you get party members killed. One more. 5 boring beetles and 4 huge spiders. What are these beetles like? The beetles are kind of scary. We don't know everything about them yet. The spiders are not really that scary. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start melee attacking the beetles. I'm going to have Abaddon cast an identification spell so we can learn about the beetles. And then we're going to cast Dalto on the spiders to get rid of them. This should be good. Fortunately, I don't think I learned anything about the beetles. I think yeah, so the thing that I don't like about Latu mapping... Oh, never mind, no, we did get it. Okay, so the beetles are standard enemies. The only thing they have is sleep resistance, and they give pretty decent experience too. Considering like their relatively weak challenge level, they don't even have a poison effect. They're just enemies with like HP, defense, and attack. We can just have our fighters chip them down. And this is good because Chris is also gaining levels as well. This is good training for Chris and James. Ooh, Chris got hit really hard though. I'm gonna drop a Mahalito here. I want to burn these guys down fast. They actually don't take that much damage either. They don't have fire resistance, I think they just have a lot of HP. In fact, yeah, we know how much HP they have. They have, So enemy HP values do get randomized. The highest it could possibly be is 40. The lowest it could possibly be is 5. So they probably have around 22 HP. And a Mahalito is not going to one-shot something with 22 HP. What we need is... Yeah, that's exactly what we need. Pizza to land a double attack worth 14 damage. Yeah, you really need to learn. You need to condition yourself to be paranoid and to just expect that every single box is going to have a trap in it that's going to kill your party. And if there's a 10% chance for you to misidentify it, that's probably what's going to happen. Alright, we can get back to town safely from here. Chris... James is ready to level up. Chris is not ready. Chris will be ready soon. I can't wait for Silvara to hit level 10 and get her triple attack. I'm also looking looking forward to Pizza and Silvara getting an HP level up. Both of them are sitting around like average HP. Silvara's a little bit above average. Pizza is like probably below average with his vitality score. No, never mind, he has average vitality. Okay, so Pizza's got about average HP, but as soon as he gets like a good, like a lucky HP level up, he's going to gain a ton of HP all at once. We just need him to actually level up, that's all. Honestly, we haven't lost Silvara, we haven't lost Maid. These are our 2 most valuable characters. Pizza, Silvara, and Maid are our 3 most valuable characters, and probably Abaddon as well. We haven't lost any of them, so in that sense, we didn't really get any major losses yet. We did get a couple of deaths, but nothing like devastating, nothing that we can't recover from. This is a big level for James. He's guaranteed to get spells, and he can potentially get multiple new spells from the 3rd circle. he got a lot of spells. He got Sopic, he got Mahalito, and he got Molito. Really good level up. The fact that he has 18 intellect means that he's going to learn spells very fast. What race is he? Is he human? Let's go back into the maze. Unfortunately, he only got 1 HP. That's not the best thing in the world, but it's better than nothing. What race is James? James is an elf, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure elves are not that great for multi-classing, so if we do anything with him, it's probably going to be... Well, honestly, this isn't that bad. He's young. He's only 19 years old. His stats are all very high. If we just leave him in the mage class and keep leveling him up, eventually he's going to become a powerhouse with access to all of the mage spells, with a maximum initiative modifier, and he's going to have good HP eventually. Like, he'll eventually have good HP. He's just not there yet. I think training James is worth it. Let's go back to the 4th floor. We have to eventually get a chest with a good item in it, if we keep doing this. And we're gaining levels on Chris and on James. And honestly, our other characters might be getting close to leveling up too, because we've been at this for a while. 30,000, 20 to 30,000, 2,000 is within reach, 30,000 is pretty far away, 20,000 is not that far, 3,000 is pretty close. So yeah, it's mostly Chris and James who are leveling up, but once they level up a couple times, we'll be able to start exploring deeper again. And every time we fight these encounters, we have chances of dropping chests that can actually have magic items in them. I double cast Lamilwa again. It's really common to double cast that one because the animation is so long. Alright, let's see what's in here. Okay, we got a tough encounter. The good thing about the tough encounter is that it gives a lot of experience. So we know the priestesses are actually not as dangerous as we expected. The dragonflies are the most dangerous in this group, in my opinion. They have a breath weapon, they resist fire, and I think they have 20% general spell resistance. I think that's what it looks like. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stack all of my melee attacks onto the gas dragon. I'm going to have Abaddon cast... what should I cast? I'm thinking of casting Litakon on the enemy priest group to try and wipe them out, or at least damage them. Maid needs to cast Dalto on the Dragonfly group. And James doesn't have Dalto yet, so they either need to cast Molito on the Dragonflies or Mahalito on the enemy priests. I'm going to go with Molito on the Dragonflies. I really want to stop them before they can use their breath weapon, because James has very low HP. If we let these Dragonflies get off their breath weapon, even with James having fire resistance, he could die after just 1 or 2 turns. So let's see how this goes. Pizza killed the gas dragon with 1 shot. It looks like our AoE is hitting pretty hard. I think they resisted Litakon. Alright, let's see what happened here. We also got silenced. Oh, we probably got silenced. Silvara was silenced. Chris was silenced. Yeah, Abaddon tried to cast Litakon after they were silenced. And Maid also cast Dalto after they were silenced. The good thing is, our Molito actually did a lot of damage. So there's only 1 Dragonfly left. The bad thing is we don't have any spellcasting ability because all of our characters are silenced. We have to get rid of the Dragonfly now. We can't let it use its breath weapon. Even though it's only 1 Dragonfly, I think we have to throw all of our attacks that way. Yeah, James only took 1 damage. That's because he's holding the Rod of Fire. See, that's what I was worried about. They're casting Badios on the back row, which can hit for up to 8 damage. That's why James just took a huge chunk of damage. And as a result, James is now in a lot of danger. We need James to not get hit by a damaging spell now. They got hit for 1. That was a Badios low roll. Abaddon is no longer silenced. I'm going to try casting Litakon again. if this Lidocon goes off, we might be able to wipe these these priests before they can kill James. He can't take another. I mean, he could technically take one more Badios if it deals exactly 1 damage. But other than that, if he gets hit with one more Badios, he's going down. Lidocon went off. We hit most of them for pretty good damage. 2 of them are still up. We're gonna have to wipe them with our melee attacks now. James is no longer silenced. We can have him cast... we're gonna have to cast Halito here. I can't afford to cast Mahalito. I need to save it. Because we have to fight one more encounter to get out of here safely. Alright, we're definitely ready to level up now. That should have been worth, yeah, 11,000 experience. I'm going to cast Calfo here. No trap. Whenever it says no trap, I always disarm Teleporter, because that's the worst trap. So if you get the 5% chance that you're wrong about no trap, then at least you have like a 70% chance to disarm the Teleporter. Any items? We got gold and no item again. It seems like when there's no trap, you also get no item. That's what I'm starting to notice. I need to cast, I think, Dial here on James. Okay, we got James back up to full HP. That's good. Now we're going to have to fight one more encounter to get out of here safely. Prem says, woo, we survived. Too bad there's one more fight. This is the moment of truth for James. This is his live or die. 2 dragonflies. A little bit scary, but with the Rod of Fire, I think we're okay. They don't have a lot of HP. I just noticed dragonflies don't have a lot of HP. So what we can do is we can just have our... Yeah, if there's only a couple dragonflies, we can have our melee attackers chop them down quickly like that. Honestly... Chris is ready to level up. How close is James? James will level up from one more battle. I'm actually going to intentionally trigger one more battle so that James can level up too. 5 ogres. Yeah, this should be enough. And ogres aren't super dangerous. They don't have any special skills. In fact, the only thing they can do is just run away. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast... Yeah, I'm going to cast Catino on them to try and put them to sleep to stop them from running away, to make sure that they give me experience. Because if they don't follow, if they run away, I won't get experience, and then James won't level up, and I'll have to fight another enemy group. Okay, this one's asleep. Chris hit 1 time for 10 damage. Pizza hit 3 times for I didn't see how much damage. The Legend of James begins. Alright, was that enough, James? Oh my god, that's still not enough. Are we going to do one more? I'm going to do one more. I need James to level up. 4 dragonflies. Okay, this is workable. We can handle this. We can handle this. We know our melee characters can one-shot the dragonflies. I'm actually going to preemptively cast Dios on James so that I'll heal off whatever damage he takes. And I'm also going to have them both defend. Unfortunately, we cast Dios before the breath weapon went off, but as you saw, James only took 3 damage because of his fire resistance, so he's pretty safe here. And this turn, we should kill the remaining dragonflies. Yeah. Nice. The Legend of James has begun. Okay, this is definitely enough to level up. Now we can go back to town. So yeah, the scary thing about the low-level priests is that they can cast Badios on the back line, and if your mage is still low level and their HP is quite low, like James's HP is quite low, even getting hit with Badios like 2 times is enough to kill him. So you have to be really careful about those enemy priests. And then the high-level ones are even more dangerous because they can hit your fighters with instant death. Like, Mavtato had like 90, what did he have, like 80 or 90 HP? And they just instantly killed him with a single action. Like, that's devastating. Like, to lose a 90 HP character with a single attack that you've been training for hours. Terrifying stuff. We could theoretically try to revive Mavtato before we go too much further. But I'm kind of liking training up Chris and James. All right, let's heal everybody up. This is not going to be a big level up for Chris. The only potential here is if we get a big HP level up, which actually statistically we're pretty likely to get a big HP level up here. We're more than 50% likely to get like a big HP level up, but there is a chance that we just don't really get much or of anything from this level. 19 HP, yeah. Like I said, eventually this will happen. You're gonna roll like an above average HP value, and then this is gonna cause your below average HP to jump all the way up to the new above average revival. Or sorry, HP. Pram is asking if there's a time limit on revival. No, we can just leave them in the guild until Abaddon learns the revival spell, and then have him use that instead of paying gold. That's part of the reason why I've been holding off. But we have the gold, and Mavtato is very strong, so there definitely is an argument to be made for bringing Mavtato back and making use of him immediately, rather than training Chris, which takes time. Abaddon made. Now James. This is not going to be a big level up for James. They're not guaranteed to get any spells this level. They might expand their spell list, but they already have like all of the good spells. The big thing is going to be HP. So let me look at HP for mages. So mages get D4. So 6 times 4 is 24. James could have as high as 24 HP on this next roll. So we could jump from 12 all the way to 24. Or if not, it might just go up by 1 point. It just went up by 1 point. Yeah, so we didn't really get anything out of this. Because we have 16 vitality now, though, we could actually have an additional 6 HP. So James could actually have as high as 30 HP. So 13 is quite below average for James. This is actually almost as low as it can possibly be. Because that would mean that on all 6 of his HP rolls, he would have needed to roll a 1 for 6. And then you add this extra 6 from his vitality. That would be 12. And then to get 13 is just 1. So that means I'm actually gonna type this in chat because this is actually kind of insane. So James rolled 6 dice to determine his HP. Each die was 1 through 4. And his actual HP roll was 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. That was James's HP roll just now. In fact, it actually could have been straight 1s, and then he just gained +1 because you always get +1 minimum. So it's actually even possible that he just rolled straight 1s and just got a +1, like a pity +1. This does mean on his next level up, he has got to get some HP at this point. Like, he is beyond cursed. Yeah, that's an insanely low roll. Glass cannon build. This is normal dungeon crawler RPG. This doesn't feel normal to me. This doesn't feel normal. I want to go back to the 4th. I'm actually having a lot of fun on the 4th floor. These encounters are insane. I'm probably going to do some off-stream grinding because I'm pretty sure people don't want to watch me do this for 4 hours. I wanted to go a little bit further, but Mavtato and then Vivi dying kind of prevented us from trying to go any further. We actually got to a point where we could have started exploring further, but we just got hit with that 10% instant death. Then we got hit by the exploding box, which was a less than 20%. And then we got hit with Vivi failing to revive. There's just so many things went wrong to prevent us from going any further today. But this is what happens. This is the classic dungeon crawler experience. You gotta be ready. Our guild is really suffering right now. Like, we're really going through like bad times, like a bad stroke of luck. Okay, so we've got our Memporfic. Honestly, I'm not even going to cast Lamilwa. I don't think we need it. There aren't any secret doors around here, and we've already identified all the monsters. Was that a motorbike speeding? Yeah, probably. I don't even hear it anymore at this point. Sometimes I tune it out. I don't even hear them because they drive by so much. I will say it's actually been pretty quiet today. Typically, I complain a lot about the background noises during my streams, like people revving their motorcycles and my neighbors being loud out in the hallways. The other day, I actually reported them. And because they were being extremely loud during my stream on Saturday, and ever since then they haven't been so loud, so I guess that's nice. 2 Grave Mist. This is a completely new monster. They do look scary, but they only give 1,000 experience, so they're probably not as scary as I'm imagining. I actually feel pretty comfortable using an action here. Oh no, sorry, I can't identify them because we got a surprise round. So I'm just gonna do, well, hold on, I can do this. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, we didn't learn anything new. What I'm going to do is defend with my front line. I'm going to cast a Latumapic because I want to learn some information, especially in a situation like this where the enemy, like we have one injured enemy and they're not very threatening. This is a good chance to learn some information about them without risking letting them kill our other party members. Okay, so they resist sleep and they inflict paralysis. This symbol here is sleep. They resist sleep spells. This symbol here we learned earlier today is paralysis. So if this guy hits us, he can paralyze us. We're not going to let him do that. I'm also going to use Dispel Undead. It'll give us a chance to instant kill him. Or we just, Chris 2 can just hit him with a multi-attack based Chris. It's Ghostface. Yeah, it actually kind of looks a little bit like Ghostface. We didn't get very much experience. Alright, we're actually hoping for this to have a trap. No trap, unfortunately. I've noticed that when it has no trap, it seems to have no item. Yeah, it's just pure gold. So we actually want to find chests with traps in them. 2 coyotes, or 7 coyotes and 2 were-rats. Oh, the coyotes are running away. They have a tendency to do that. I guess we don't have to waste time fighting them. None of them really have any special properties, so I'm just going to start attacking the were-rats until we kill them. And then the coyote will probably run away. And then if he's still alive, then we'll just kill him too. I think I'm going to go check the other treasure room while I'm here. I think we can handle 2 more encounters. This group is looking pretty solid. The only thing I'm scared about is James getting hit with back row attacks. But the problem is, like, we need so much experience to get the next level. Yeah, like, we have to take some risks. We can't just sit here and fight 2 encounters and go back to the inn after every 2 battles. Especially because you're gonna get battles like the last one we just fought, and like this one against the giant spiders, where the enemies aren't really that threatening. Like, we can fight these enemies pretty safely. And it would be a waste to go back to the inn every 2 battles if we're just getting like 300 experience per fight, when we need, 8,000 experience to level up. There's probably smarter ways to level up James, I will say. Like, this is a little bit on the risky side, but okay, 4 boring beetles. These boring beetles were pretty tough. They have a lot of HP. They don't have any special traits, but they actually hit kind of hard. I noticed that during the last encounter. I will use a Mahalito here. Is that fine? Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm not going to double Mahalito, I'm just going to cast 1. Nice Mahalito. Really good Mahalito. And Pizza hit 3 times for 20 damage. That's the power of the triple attack. Instant kill that boring beetle. Now hopefully we get a chest, and we want it to be trapped. This is a 95% chance to have a teleporter. Our disarm chance is only 79%. Alright guys, moment of truth. This is a big moment. I'm going to let you guys decide. 79% chance to probably party wipe. 21% chance to probably party wipe. 79% chance to probably get a magic item. I'm looking for opinions here. Do we take a 20% chance to wipe the party? 80% chance to get a magic item? If the party wipes, the stream is definitely... if the party wipes right now, the stream is definitely ending, but it's going to be entertaining. I'm pretty ready to press the button. I just need one person to say do it. I need one person to encourage me to do a completely stupid action here. And yeah, risk it, open it. Okay, let's do it. Ready? Oh god, here it goes. Got it. Anything in there? Oh my god, there wasn't even anything in there. We risk it all for nothing. We risked it all for nothing. Alright. One more encounter. Boring beetles. We can handle boring beetles. I'm starting to think the alarm trap actually scales to the level of your party. Because I noticed when I started training the lower level characters, we're getting ambushed by lower level monsters too. Chris says, I know this is a bad idea. Actually, it turned out pretty well. Mirror Fanboy says, we've been so unlucky. We've been unlucky so far. It has to run out eventually. Yeah, that's true. That's what I was thinking too. It's honestly a fallacy. It's honestly a fallacy. It doesn't work this way, but I was just thinking in my head, Maid already failed an 80% check. They're not going to fail another 80% check right after that. But you can fail 2 80% checks in a row. It happens all the time, probably. I'm going to see if another chest will spawn if I go into this room. I think maybe the chests that you get are determined based on the monster group that spawns. That could be it, too. And since we keep spawning weak groups of monsters, that's why we're not spawning chests. Okay, you can... Interesting. You can spawn... It's a Splinter's Trap. We can disarm a Splinter's Trap. You can spawn multiple chests by going into this room repeatedly. And we found magic armor. Okay, it's time to go. Time to go, time to go. We have to survive. Oh god, we got the hardest encounter on the way out too. Alright, let's send it. We're starting to learn that the gas dragons are not as dangerous as the priestess. As crazy as it sounds, I think the gas dragons... I don't know, actually, these gas dragons are pretty tough. Alright, I think I'm gonna do melee attacks into the gas dragons. And then I'm going to use all of my AoE spells on the priests. So there's a good chance that they're going to try and silence our party members. But if we can have just one person get a cast before they get silenced, we can wipe out these priests, or at least badly injure them. Okay, that was a really good Litokan, followed by a devastating Mahalito. So we wiped out the priests. Now we just have to worry about the... Oh my god, that dragon hit so hard. What did he hit me with? Wow, his breath weapon just hit for 12 damage. And James survived on 1 HP. Now, we have to kill these dragons before they kill James. In order to do that, I think they resist fire. I actually can't check which enemy I can't change which enemy I'm looking at. This is bad. Yeah, it won't let me change which enemy I'm looking at. So I'm still looking at the priestess, which just died. I don't know if these guys resist fire or not. I'm gonna cast Badialma, Dalto, and Molito, just in case, if these guys resist fire, I want to make sure... Oh, they don't resist fire, okay. Still, it was too risky. I didn't want to risk casting Mahalito and then have them resist the damage. Alright, so it looks like we wiped them pretty safely. We're going to get some good experience from that encounter. I gotta say, James has really been showing up. He's impressing a lot. Every single time that something could have possibly gone wrong, it seems like he just manages to just, like, power through it, like, every single time. I love Dialma, by the way. The healing is so much better. And it doesn't really compete with any other, like, high-value spells either. So you can use, like, all of your casts for Dialma to get your health back to full. Alright. We need to head back now. We need to identify this armor. Alright. It is 9:30 now. Oh, I just ran into a wall and then got attacked by kobolds. That's funny. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to Dispel Undead on the undead kobolds. And this should allow us to wipe this group pretty fast. Yeah, nice. James must have a secret endurance trait, surviving by the skin of his teeth. I'd really like to see what his next HP level up is going to be, because there's no way it can be as bad as the last one. Like, if he gets +1 again, that's going to be crazy. That essentially means he's rolling, like, +1 on every single one of his hit dice, every level so far. Because otherwise he would already be above average, and then he'd still be gaining +1 per level on his already above average level. But he's not. He's been gaining +1 on the minimum value. How close is he to leveling up? Relatively close. I wonder... I'm going to go fight Murphy's Ghost. I think we can get good experience for fighting Murphy's Ghost. That could possibly get James up to level 7, which would be a huge benchmark. That's going to allow him access to the next tier of spells. It's going to let him get another HP roll, which, I mean, it's gotta be... He's got to get a decent HP roll at some point in time. I do want to eat something, though. I want to get something to eat. I got some banana bread earlier. I'm not going to eat any. I'm going to save it for tomorrow. So Millie can have some as well. But I bought it today just so I'd have it. And they also had, I've talked about the local fresh fish around here is really good, but it's kind of expensive. It was on sale today. It was like 30% off. So it ended up being like as expensive as like cheap, like generic, like low quality fish, but it's actually like the best possible stuff, which is really cool. All right, so what I want to do here is I want, well, first it's an ambush turn, so first I'm just going to attack. So the big problem with the Murphy's Ghost and what makes them take so long to fight is that they have a pretty low armor class, which makes them hard to hit. In order to offset that, what we're going to do is we're going to be casting Dilto on them. That's going to give us an extra 10% chance to hit them, which is going to make us have to spend fewer turns sitting here spamming the attack button, because we'll be hitting them more often, especially with our multi-attacks. You know, you can hit them 3 times instead of 0 times or 1 time. How many Diltos do I have? I actually have a couple. I'm just going to cast another one. They do stack, so you can just keep casting Dilto over and over again to make it easier and easier to hit the target. You can see now he has, he had a +2 armor class penalty. Now it's +4. I'm going to make sure I keep targeting the one who's already injured. And then I'm going to start casting... actually, because you have a sneak attack, I'm going to have you use your sneak attack. You are going to start casting Dilto on the one that's on full health, so that once we finish off this one, the next one will already be debuffed before we start even attacking him. I need to see how much experience these guys give, because it actually... honestly, this might even be more experience than the encounters we've been fighting. Alright, so you should have a... Moreless, which is like an even more powerful version of Dilto. This guy's gonna have an insane armor class penalty. It's 5 now, and then it's gonna go up. Yeah, it's +7 now. So we have what's 7 times 5? It's 35, right? Yeah, we have an extra 35% chance to hit him with every attack, and that really adds up when you're attacking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times per turn with your front line. Plus 35 accuracy on every attack. That's a huge debuff. Wings of Light says dungeon crawling is real. I love dungeon crawlers, man. I love them. Always have, always will. I'll probably never... I mean, I'm literally still playing Wizardry 1. Like a game that came out 40 years ago almost. By the way, this doesn't give as much experience as I thought it would. I mean, it's a decent amount, but if we do it one more time, James can level up. Maybe we do it one more time. Pram says James... Oh, no, sorry. I read that already. Yeah, let's do it one more time, because I want James to level up before I end the stream today. The sad part is I don't even want to end the stream. I actually want to keep streaming. Alright, I'm going to Moreless... No, I don't have any Moreless left. I have Diltos left. I'm going to Dilto. I don't have any other spells left. I can start casting Halitos to deal just to deal chip damage. Does Abaddon have any... I don't think they have any debuffing spells, but they have Death. I don't have enough spell points, though. Maybe... Badial? Yeah, Badial's the way to go. And then I need to start debuffing the other one. And then casting Halito here. So we should be able to maybe chip them down. I think they have magic resistance. Yeah, they have 40% magic resistance, unfortunately. So when we cast... The interesting thing is they can't, so even enemies who have magic resistance, they actually cannot resist debuffs. So when we cast So when we give them an armor class penalty, they actually can't resist that. What magic resistance does is it stops damage dealing magic spells, not like debuffing spells. And most other status conditions also have like their own unique unique resistance. It's not factored in by spell resistance. It's an interesting piece of trivia, I guess. But what this means is that every time we cast like a Halito or a Badial, it has like a 40% chance of just doing no damage, which kind of sucks. Alright, we can spam now. Ooh, nice. Pizza hit 3 times for 29 damage. That's probably close to a max roll, isn't it? 8 times 3 is 24. So... how does that math even work out? Oh no, it would be 7 times 3 for 21 damage. And then plus 3, plus 3, plus 3 from their strength modifier. And that doesn't add up either. I'm not sure. I don't know how the math works out, but if that's not a max roll, that's close to a max roll. Yeah, debuffs aren't affected by spell resistance. So it's kind of weird, but the resistance and saving throws in this game, they don't like they're attuned to very specific things. Spell resistance gives enemies a chance to not take any damage when you cast a damage dealing spell. That's like the only thing that spell resistance does. If they want to resist a sleep spell, they have to have sleep resistance. If they want to resist a poison spell, they have to have poison resistance. You kind of get what I'm saying? This should be the elevator, yeah. If they want to resist a fire spell, they have to have fire resistance, stuff like that. So even though you see an enemy with like 40% magic resist, it can make you feel like your spells won't do anything, but it really just means like your damage dealing spells won't deal anything. Although who knows, there might be other spells that can also be countered by it. But I know for sure that the debuff spells are not affected by it at all. It just adds a debuff tag to the enemy and they have no chance. There's no way for enemies to resist debuff spells in this game. The only way they can stop it is by silencing you before you cast it. And it's the same for players though. You can also buff your own defense score, you can also have your own defense score debuffed. And there's not much you can do about it. Which is kind of a good thing, because it means you can always buff your armor class as much as you need to. And you can also stack them like infinitely, which is great. I kind of talked about this a few times on the stream already, but it's kind of cool that you can just stack buffs and debuffs as much as you want. So like we could stack our armor class all the way down to -20 if we wanted. The problem is you can't make yourself impossible to hit. This goes off of classic D&D rules where a 20 always succeeds and a 1 always fails. So basically they roll a 20-sided die, and a 20 always succeeds and a 1 always fails. So no matter how good your armor is, no matter how good your defense is, there's always a 5% chance for you to get hit. And likewise, no matter how good your accuracy is, there's always a 5% chance for you to miss an attack. Not sure if I love that mechanic, but it's just something that's always been a part of Dungeon Crawlers. Okay, James, please. James. I know you're going to get good spells. I'm fine with that. I don't have any concerns about your spell list. HP, my friend. Roll something other than a flat 7 times 1 in a row. Please, James. Help me out here. Plus 8 HP. Okay, I knew it was coming. I knew he would eventually get an HP level up. He's got really good intellect, vitality, and agility too. That was a really good level up for James. The only bad thing is actually, funny enough, the only spell he got was Moreless. He had potential to get up to 4 different spells, and the only one he got was Moreless. And let me look up his chance for learning spells. It's up here in the Wizardry section. Go up. I think it's not in this section. I think it's in the level up section. Let me go back down to leveling up. I can never find I can never find the section that tells you how to, like, what's the chance of learning spells. I always forget where it is. And it's always the one that I most want to look up. Learn. Here we go. Yeah, it's okay, so it's over 30. So 18 over 30. He had a 60% chance of learning each spell on the list, and he only learned one of them, 1 out of 4. So he learned 25% of the spells, but he should have learned 60% of them. So that was a pretty bad level up in terms of his spell list, but that's fine. On the next level up, he'll probably get all of the remaining spells on his list that he didn't get yet. I mean, there's no way to guarantee that, but statistically speaking, he'll probably get them. Cell has joined the stream. Welcome, Cell. Good to have you here today. How is Wizardry 1? It's great, man. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I've played it before. I've played Wizardry 2 extensively. I've played Wizardry 3 extensively. I played 4 and 5 a bit. I haven't played most of the new ones. I really want to play the 5 Ordeals. It looks so good. I really want it so bad. And it's on sale right now, too. It's on sale on Steam. So I really want to get it. I think it's called the 5 Ordeals or the 5 Trials. It's made by the original team who made Wizardry, the original Wizardry 1 through 5. And I love classic Wizardry. I haven't played most of the new Wizardry games as much, but I love classic Wizardry. And 5 Ordeals just looks like, I mean, it's made by the same team, and it looks like it's made to just be like a more modernized version of like the Wizardry 1 to 5 experience, with all of the features that I personally love. So yeah, I love Wizardry. I love Wizardry 1. I think it's a timeless classic. It's the reason why I'm playing the remake, because I want more people to see how great this game is and possibly experience it for themselves. Pizza's getting pretty close to leveling up. Silvara is actually getting decently close. Chris is going to get another level soon. Abaddon is not that far. Maid is kind of far, but not that far. James, unfortunately, is kind of far away, which is sad because they're not going to get another good spell anytime soon. Morless is a pretty decent spell, but it's not good for what we're doing. What we really need is AoE spells, like damage dealing spells, and unfortunately that's not what we got. I'll show you what Morless is. Morless is, I think, Fear. Yeah, Morless is Fear. It does give a debuff penalty to enemies, and like we mentioned, enemies cannot resist debuffs, so this will always work. It's just not what we need. It's just not what we need right now. And because we only learned one spell, we also only got 1 spell point, which means we can only cast it 1 time. Ironically, the more spells you learn, the more spells you can cast. Should we go 1 more? I'm thinking if we should go 1 more, or if I should go make extremely late dinner. I'm gonna go 1 more. I said I was done, but I'm gonna go 1 more. This is a good example of how much I love Wizardry and how I just love the gameplay loop. And once I start playing, it's very difficult for me to stop playing. We're gonna cast Meporphic. Give some defensive magic shield to our party. We have a shortcut that's going to take us down to the 4th floor. I'm going to trigger battles in the treasure rooms. Assuming we can survive all 4 battles, we could potentially leave with something good. Also, we forgot to identify the armor that we have with us still, so we're going to do that when we get back. So we'll go explore the treasure rooms again. We'll come back, we'll identify any items that we've picked up, and then I promise I will end the stream. I will not subject you guys and force you to endure more. Actually, we can do this with only 3 battles. So if you go in here, this is going to be 1 battle. 3 gas dragons, we can easily take this. The scary part is now that we know that a breath weapon can maximize at 12 damage. So if more than one of them uses a breath weapon, they could kill James in a single turn. With that information in mind, I think it's important to fire off a Dalto immediately. We need to Dalto them so that we can kill them. Oh god. He got a fast breath weapon off. That's bad. Okay, I think we're fine. The only way he wins now is if he... The only way he stops us... The only way he kills somebody now is if he beats all 6 of our party members in an initiative roll, and he, like, high rolls on his damage. But that did not happen, thankfully. That could have gone wrong, but we got out of there. Got a chest. We're hoping for a trap. No trap. So there's probably nothing good in here. Got 210 gold. Alright, we need some healing. The good thing is we can have Silvara do our out-of-battle healing, because her spell points are the most expendable. A Dial should take James back to full HP. Close, but not full. I'm actually going to cast 2. We want James to be on full. His max HP is so low, we kind of want him to be on full, like all the time. I'm going to cast... I'm actually going to have her use one more Dial. Is that fine? Yeah. That's good. We need James to be like at full HP all the time, because if he's anything less than max, it's increasing the chances that he'll die from like a single breath weapon. Okay, so we stepped on the alarm again. This is going to be the second battle. 6 huge spiders we can deal with. This is actually very winnable. Should I double Mahalito here? No, we don't have a lot of tier 3 spells. I'll cast 1 Mahalito with our fastest character. We wiped all of them. Fantastic Mahalito. That was a very high value Mahalito. I'm glad I didn't cast 2. That would have been a waste. Alright, we're going to check this room. There's going to be an encounter in here, but it's not going to be an alarm encounter. It's just going to be like a regular encounter. Interesting. It's monsters I haven't seen before. They're attack dogs. I will use... I have a suspicion that they do not have any special abilities, so I'm just going to use Lactum Epic here. And yeah, it looks like they run away too, so they're runners. Oh, we didn't get any information. Yeah, we didn't get any good information, unfortunately. That's fine, we'll just kill him. Now this will also... I think this will also guarantee drop a chest. A treasure chest. Okay, we're going to cast Kelfo here. I'm not relying on inspection anymore. That's how we got Vivi killed. There should be a crossbow bolt in here. I like that. Even if we fail to disarm it, it's not going to do anything too terrible. And maybe an item. No magic item. Sad. Alright, now we'll step on the alarm again. This will trigger 1 more encounter. Gas dragons and priestesses. This is the hardest encounter you can get on this floor. So we're in a lot of trouble right now. I'm going to do what we did last time. I'm going to have my fighters attack the dragons. I'm going to have my mages fire all of their AoE at the priests. So we can hopefully take them out with AoE spells before they can silence our casters. I'm pretty tempted to cast Delto on the back row. Yeah, I'm going to Delto on the back row against my best instincts. Which damage dealing spells does James have? We have Mahalito. Okay, I'm going to Mahalito. I think this will work. The scary thing is the dragon's breath weapons. Their spellcasting ability is not really that scary. Our levels are pretty high, so we're going to resist most of their spells. Okay, we got rid of the priests. And we got off our Dalto. So the only remaining dragons are pretty badly injured now. I don't think they're going to be able to get off their breath weapons before we kill them. Yeah, Pizza killed 1. Okay, we got... Yeah, that was a 1 damage breath weapon, so... You're not going to take 12 damage from the breath weapon every time like we did last time. That went significantly better than the last attempt. Got some decent experience. Chris is ready to level up. Alright, this is a good time to head back. What's kind of funny is our party is now almost the same levels as Mavtato and Vivi were at the start before they died. So like our replacements have almost been trained up to replace the characters. And they started pretty low. I think they were on like level 3 and level 4 at the start. Alright. Don't let me forget to identify the armor that we found. It's probably just some crappy cursed armor. But might as well check. Let's try, now that we have some extra gold, let's try to revive... I kind of want to try to revive Mavtato, even though that means it will mean putting Chris back on the bench. But I mean, Mavtato is just a higher value character, and we've already invested more time into them. It's kind of a tough call. You got +1 HP. That's okay, because you got an HP level up last time, which means now you're like still in the decent, like above average range. Abaddon's looking good. Okay. So, who is holding the armor? Oh, it's a helm. Oh, we got a helm and an armor. Okay, hold on. Let's give both of these items to Abaddon. Now what we can do is go to the tavern. We can remove James. We can add... I actually like using James over Vivi because Vivi didn't have as much long-term potential. James actually has better stats for long-term. So we have to spend some time leveling him up, but he will eventually surpass Vivi's limit. What we need to do is get new reg. Yeah. And we're going to identify these items that we picked up. Chris says, please bench me in favor of Maptato. I'm good at warming benches. All right. I think what we'll do is we will attempt... The fun thing is there's no guarantee that Maptato will actually come back to life. If we try to revive him, he might just get turned to ashes anyway. So it's kind of fun in that sense. Like, we can try to identify him. We can try to revive him, but if he gets turned to ashes anyway, then you're still going to be in the party because he's going to be a pile of ashes. A regular helmet and plate mail +1. I think plate mail +1 is... Yeah, plate mail +1 is extremely good. That is arguably the best item we could have found. I'm going to... At least in terms of armor. I'm going to give that to Silvara. I think she's our most valuable character. We've invested a lot of time and effort into training her. We do not want to let her die. So this is going to drop her armor from -1 to -2. That's really good. Lower armor is better. We're going to head back to town. Yeah, James has been going plus ultra. I really like James. I'm going to leave James in the party no matter what. I'm not going to revive Vivi at this point. Her getting turned to ashes was almost like a blessing, because it allowed us to kind of start exploring other options. Let's start selling our extra armor pieces. Okay. Now we're going to go to the tavern. Actually, let's just go right to the temple. Okay, so Mavtato, I believe, has 18 vitality, which means there's a very high chance that they're going to be revived. There's a 72% chance that we're going to revive them. Moment of truth. Let's go. If we get them back, we will put them on the party, and then we'll just keep Chris in reserve. If another fighter ever dies, well, we can just take Chris off the bench and send Chris into battle. Murmur. Chant. Pray. Invoke. It was successful, so yeah, I mean, there was a pretty good chance. If any character is going to get revived, it's pretty much going to be Mavtato, because he had max vitality. I think what happens now is that his vitality score actually goes down by 1 when you get revived. We can find out. Where's Mavtato? Oh, no, it's still 18. Okay, so it doesn't go down. Interesting. So while we're here, we can go to the inn. We can inspect Chris. We're going to have to give Chris his items to Mavtato now. Now, if we can get Mavtato to level 10, they're going to be pretty legendary. We also need to rest Mavtato while we're here. 72 HP. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to remove most of the characters from our party. We're going to add, we're going to sort by level. Alright, so we need... In fact, hold on a second. Let's remove everyone. Okay, so we want Mavtato in... Actually, let's keep Pizza in the front. Followed by Mavtato, followed by Silvara, Abaddon in the back row, Maid as our thief, and then we're going to be using James as our mage from now on. James is already almost caught up to Vivi's level, by the way. James is 1 level behind Vivi, but just has significantly better stats. What's kind of funny is their intellect is higher, so they should have a better spell list, but just because of the random nature of the game, he actually rolled a worse spell list. It just happens. Alright, let me make sure everyone's rested and everyone's equipped. Everyone looks rested. Mavtato did not equip their gear. Good thing I remembered to double check that. Silvara's equipped. Okay, everyone's equipped, everyone's rested. That was a pretty good ending. That was a good way to end the stream. Mavtato's back. That was a good little story arc. We had Mavtato die and come back in the same stream. For me, this is a good place to end the stream. Thank you, Chris, Pram. Thank you, Cell. Thank you, Wings of Light, for stopping by. Thank you, Mirror Fanboy, for being here as well. Honestly, big thanks to the most active chatters here today. Obviously, the active chatters are the ones who kind of help make these streams more fun for me. Thank you, Hade, for stopping by. Thanks to Charmander for being here. I also like the lurkers, of course. And, like, honestly, new people, if you're coming for the first time, it's also nice as well. Maptato has been lurking today. I don't know if they left already, but guess what? We brought you back to life. Let's see. I think there was at least one other person here today. Reg stopped by earlier. Yeah, he was super lurking today. Hardcore lurking. I don't know what the word he used was. Let me see if I can find it. He said something earlier. Snow Warning was here for about half the stream. Very nice to see you today as well. I don't see Reg's message, unfortunately. He said something super lurking, hardcore lurking. Big Boss, thanks for being here as well. That's everybody on the list. I'm going to head into my kitchen and cook something delicious to eat. I haven't decided what it's going to be yet because I got groceries earlier, so I have a lot of options. Wings of Light, you came really late, but this stream seemed pretty cool. Yeah, I highly recommend playing Wizardry 1 if you get the chance, or pick up the 5 Ordeals. Either one is good. Well, honestly, 5 Ordeals is pretty hard. I've heard it's very difficult, so you might want to start with like Wizardry 1 or something, especially because this remake is very good too. It's a really awesome remake of a fantastic game. But honestly, you could just play, like, you could find like a version of the original old Wizardry and play that as well. It's still very good. It's such a good game. It's so timeless. But I'm not going to yap about it all night. I'm going to go make something to eat. If you guys haven't eaten yet, try to eat something healthy if you can, rather than eating junk food. I know the temptation is there, but healthy food's better. Water's really good for you. I'll let you make your own choices. I don't have to lecture you on what you should be eating. But for now, enjoy the rest of your day.